we are back here in the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season is finally coming to a crescendo as we are now in for the 7th week. The first day of this week is going to be very interesting because not only are we seeing the end, the culmination of the league portion of FIFA22, but also on the PUBG Mobile side of things, we are finally in for the semifinals. So we really are in the championship swing of things. When this all concludes, we will know who is the best on the African continent and who is the shining light to represent our region in both FIFA 22 and PUBG Mobile. I'm Sanhok hosting these proceedings, and today for FIFA 22, I'm joined as ever by Erangel OG and Techno Plays. Gentlemen, today is an important day. Erangel, after this, you have one game left. If you aren't in the playoffs position at that point, you have no hope. It's done. It's dusted. All the weeks of gameplay that you've brought up until this point, not really going to matter as much because you aren't going to be able to compete for that all-important trophy.
Exactly that. And for some of these guys, I mean, they're coming into the final week knowing that it's such, knowing that they're going to put their all into it, and it's just like you say, they can't really do much about it. It's the final week. If you haven't made it into the playoffs, you may have aim for some of these guys to just break through, but for the others, it's goodbye to the playoffs for them.
Absolutely, and Tendo, there are a couple of these players, Rooks and Darkman, for example, know for a fact that they're going to be in some sense competing just to stay in the league. Darkman's already out, but what's interesting is how things look at the top. The only person who's confirmed his slot into the playoffs is Bobo Beast at the top of the card. Everybody else is still in play, everyone else is still in contention. How much do you think the stress must be getting to these players, knowing that there's one game that could separate you from being in the playoffs and just not having the efforts pay out into anything?
I think it's a very tough situation. I think it's one of those where you just have to come into it and play it like it's any other day. I think if you have this overlooming fear that this is it, this is my do or die moment, things might start to crumble. And I mean, as we take a look to the fixtures a little bit later on what's going down, it might end up like that for one or more players over the next 2 days, because it is that pinnacle time where, like Iro said, maybe I haven't given my enough here and there, etc. This is maybe the final chance that you get to give it your all, but sometimes when you have that fear in the back of your head, it can really just cloud a lot of your judgments.
Absolutely. I mean, FIFA in general, not just FIFA, but any kind of competitive environment is much more confidence-based than it used to be. Raw skill doesn't cut it anymore. You have to have that belief in yourself, the belief that what you're prepared for, what you're capable of doing is good enough to overcome your opponents. And up until this point, some of these players haven't necessarily just played that full kind of pressure, that full kind of resolve, rather. But now, when it's really down to the wire, that's when it matters most to try and bring that up, because it's not just about the situation where you're playing for just hype, for prestige. You're playing for a lot of money. So, let us look at the games that are remaining, the lost opportunity for some of these players. With today's schedule on the FIFA 22 side of things, as usual, we're going to be bringing you 2 matches to start off the evening. We're starting with Dark Mayhem, the one man who is guaranteed to be participating in the playoff promotion relegation play matches, versus Masoom, who still has some hope of getting himself in the top 4. But the real game here, Arrow, matchup number 26, Bobo Beast versus Julia the Beast Bianchi. How important is this one? If Bobo wins, he doesn't really need this. He's already in the playoffs. But if the Beast loses, he has very high likelihood of being a defending champion, unable to actually fight for his crown once again.
Man, it's so much at stake when you look at it. Bobo Beast has come in with such an amazing force in the Umzansi Season 5, and then Beast Bianchi has been a phenomenal player inside Umzansi, outside Umzansi. But not only that, the title for Beast as well in the Umzansi aspect, where we've already had the matchup between these 2 players, and Bobo Beast had the advantage, had the one-up against the Beast Bianchi. So this is sort of a closing chapter in a sense of, could we now reclaim the Beast of the FIFA Africa sort of scene right over here. So there's a lot that these 2 are going to be playing for, and I hope we get to see that sort of image in the gameplay as well, that seriousness between 2 great players playing it out to their full potential.
Absolutely. And one of the advantages that PUBG Mobile guys have over FIFA players here is the fact that though they are already done at the league portion, we're in through the semifinals, we the usual 3, as we have whittled down the competition to 24. But they're in contention every single week, pretty much up until the final weekend, where they go compete for the big prize. The FIFA players have a pretty large break. So for this first matchup, for example, Masoom probably expecting to get this W over Darth Mayhem, which would give him the qualification into the playoffs. But how much is it an issue? The fact that he knows that this is the last game potentially he's going to be playing in a professional setting for several weeks up until the actual playoffs. Will it leave him cold up at that point? What can the FIFA players do to try and remain as warm as the PUBG Mobile side of things?
I think it's a difficult one because everybody has their way of, practicing in between this given time. And it can sometimes be a really big trap because if you don't practice, if you don't stay sharp and stay warm, when it comes to that playoff weekend, then you're going to be cold. I'd even encourage the sort of players to, maybe scrim against each other. It's not uncommon that you see that kind of thing. Where they can just play against each other a few practice offline to kind of see how they weigh up and take that time to improve. Because honestly, if you're quiet for these next few weeks while everything is boiling down and the promotion and relegation stuff happening in the background, then you're going to come back into playoffs and just bomb out of it.
Absolutely, and if you bottom out of it and you do not have an opportunity to get your hands on a much larger chunk of the $2,500 prize pool we're giving away in FIFA22, PUBG Mobile taking $15,100 might seem unfair, but when you look at how it's distributed, it's only one person on the side of FIFA, and if you win, it's $1,200 in your back pocket. Congratulations for you, you're a much happier person than you were the day before, but Errol, the problem is, because there's such a big gap between first and second, and because third and fourth is the same, but it doubles up from fifth. As we look at the standings here and we see where all of these players are matching up, there's no way it's not playing into your mind that one goal can literally double your return from all of your efforts over the last 7 weeks.
And that's the thing, hey, when you look at, the performances or levels that go into it. So you look at Diva, who's going to be playing potentially tomorrow. If he does not win his game and Masoom wins, then that prize pool change as well comes into play. But then the likes of, 125 to 250, then it starts to look quite dramatic in that sense over there. There are significant, like you said, double your earnings in that position. But I do like that, we had 7 weeks of competitive play, and everyone has a piece of the cake.
Yep, everybody's getting something, nobody's being left in the cold right now, so it's one of these situations where we always try to make sure that nobody is in a position where you just play for nothing. You get something out of all your efforts, and of course, there's one more bite at the cherry for some of these players. Everyone has one more match left this week, and tonight's matchup, the big one, it's only big for one player here. For Masoom, he's in a position to just try and solidify his placement into the playoffs. But Darth Mayhem, let's be honest, Hendo, this is just him trying not to concede goals and make sure it's just practice for the promotion relegation playoffs coming in a couple of weeks.
Maybe it's a gatekeeping moment for Darth Mayhem. We never know. Maybe this is when he reaches his peak, guys. Beats Masoom, or actually shatters Masoom's chances of entering into the playoffs. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not gonna do that today. I'm not gonna theory crop. I think Masoom's definitely gonna knock this one out of the park. It's a cold day out in Johannesburg, and I feel like the Iceman is primed and ready to take it. I think for Darth, yeah, definitely one of those consolation games where it's like, maybe I can show some stuff, try some new stuff, and see where I fare up against someone like Masoom. But Masoom is definitely looking towards the playoffs.
Yep, Masoom is looking towards the future, looking for the playoffs, looking for a situation where he's going to guarantee himself the $250 that comes with being in the playoffs. Just coming second, it's $500, but just you have to get into the playoffs first. And then the first step for Masoom would be winning this particular matchup. And if he's capable of doing so, which we most likely all think he is, then he's going to be in a good stead as well. The question is, though, here, Arrow, for Masoom, because he has such a quote-unquote easy matchup, that also means that any kind of goals or any kind of offense that Darth Mayhem successfully mounts is going to be causing some psychic damage. Masoom generally is the Iceman, usually doesn't fall under pressure, but we see some of those cracks happen in this Umzansi Esports League. It happened last week when he played against Bobo Beast. Isn't there a possibility of him suffering yet another underdog loss here today?
Honestly, I don't know. There's so much sort of negative connotations that have happened with Darth Mayhem in the sense that we've had 7 week play from the individual 6 matches to date, and he hasn't had any win. And I'm wondering if a player like him does go back onto the media, does go back and rewatch, see what the analysts and the casters have to say about it, and maybe he's then saying, you know what, I'm tired of it, and I'm hoping we see the change of mentality to say, I want to give my all on the final run to destroy everyone's thoughts about the past 6 games, and then it can happen versus Masood, but it's going to be a tough run between both players.
Let us see what Darth Mayhem has learned in his journey in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, as the first game of the day is now live. Darth Mayhem versus Masood. Aero OG and Tendo plays on the mic. Take it away, gentlemen. I'll talk to you after the game. Right into the action we are over here, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really gonna place any expectations into this tie, Iro, because it really is going one direction, but I don't know how much in that direction it's gonna go. The shot in, the save, check there. Has to get off his mark a little bit. Jump up to get that one.
Yeah, jumped up indeed to get that, but so is the pressure jumping up here from Darth Mayhem, where he's now managed to lose the ball back onto Dembele, back into a goal-scoring opportunity, however, going to be losing that one over there. An expectation, much to say, I don't want to say too much as well, with the gameplay that we've seen from it doesn't compare to what we saw last season. Last season, he had a couple wins under his belt. Come around, 0, it's looking tough, and it is going to be tough for Van der Sar as he stretched wide and far for that one to get it into a corner kick. A great cross coming in from Darth, but it isn't going to be an impactful one. Still on ball possession that it is. Goes on to Mbappe, Garincha has a lot of open space onto Mbappe. Mbappe trying to make a run, but the wrong direction it is, and it's onto ball possession for Masood. But yeah, Darth Mayhem. Lots to say about him. I'm just wishing maybe a best of luck going into the final round of the game.
Best of luck. You'll meet it against Masood. Ronaldo! Oh, man. How's the curve? Iro, please, man. I swear. It's just, unfortunate timing, especially for the Darth Mayhem. Just didn't have his defense together. Now Masood is still looking to punish.
When you look at the way Darth Mayhem is playing right now, pulling out his defender all the way back all the way front to the midfield area, taking his center back out of that position, makes him a bit vulnerable on that defense line. So there's just so much areas that's coming into play here for Darth Mayhem. He's passing and he's pressure withholding. It's just not looking too great, and you can see by the amount of ball possession we've seen with Masood. He's been able to get into the box a couple times, and yet again for his 4th attempt. That now goes out to a corner, and we get to see a short corner
anything you think he is keeping things going, or if it's looking a little bit tough, if Masood is striking and it is definitely it's been a bit of a rough season from top lane, but he's given a good showing of the start again. He's looking to send it wide. The player, nice. Trap from William, nice shot! Again from the score! Has to dive to get the ball out.
But I think that's going to be easy defendable. Not even a chance.
How many times week in and week out do we see Van der Sar being the reason why Masoom wins these games? But Hulet with a great touch on the ball, but it is Hulet. He did hesitate on him taking the full shot over there, but that was such a great pass onto Hulet. And we do see an offside play, but it is the 91 minute going into play right now. We have one attack right here. Bale sends it to Neymar. Neymar to Mbappe. Back to Neymar right now. He goes in for the sprint run, but it's Militao, and he's going to send that one out to end the first leg here. 3-1 for Masoom. What a great performance coming out of him. 3 great goals. 1 conciliation coming out from Darth Mayhem. That one great lobby goal. But that is going to end the first leg right there.
And I mean, lovely stuff coming through here from Masoom. Absolutely just, asserting a little bit of dominance, making Darth know that, hey, listen, you can show me a few tricks here and there, but I'm definitely the man running this game, in charge of it all. And I mean, now, Iro, the real question is, can Masoom close the distance with the goals, right? With Divac. I mean, that's really what we have to hone ourselves in for here. I think we've seen what we need to see from the likes of Darth Mayhem. He's showing us that he can still compete. He can still score a couple of goals here and there against the very best. And I think that's good to, build off walking into the promotion and relegation situation. And Iro, a funny thing about Darth is thus far he has not won the gauntlet in the promotion relegation playoff as well, because the last time he was there, he went straight back down to the Nkosi. So I don't know. Maybe this is some good light for him, showing that he can play against Masoom, that, he's learned a couple of things. I don't know what's your real big take on that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough over there, That's the mentality come back. That's what is really hurting Darth Mayhem right now, the loss of the loss of the loss of the loss. And you try your level best, like the outside box we saw from Neymar, like the shot from Bellingham, but it's just some of these things have limitations to them, and unfortunately, you're just not able to get the one-up, the advantage. But you're capable of doing it. So I think his mentality is eating away at him right now as well. So it's playing a major role in how he's performing.
Oh! All right. Let's turn it up. It's looking to be really exciting. Some nice shots coming through from Dove thus far.
Yeah.
Let's see what can happen in this attack for Masoom, but squanders the ball. And I wanted to touch on, Masoom's club name, Invincibles. He was almost invincible, right? At this point, he's only lost to Gogo Beast, which is kind of crazy.
Really good. Really good from Gogo Beast to take down every single really great player we've come to know in the Umzansi.
Yeah.
He had one draw here, Bobo Beast, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he drew against Young Savage.
Young Savage, how's Young Savage been in last week? Did he play last week?
Look, Young Savage won his lost ties, so he's out of contention for the real grander battle of the promotion relegation. So he's coasting. Tomorrow should just be a little bit of a consolation for him to get to 10 points, but we'll have to wait and see. The real big question, obviously, later on, guys, is going to be, Bobo Beast versus Beast Bianchi. And I'm sure you guys are wondering why we're just conversating in general about the league, because it almost feels like this game is a bit of a formality. Oh. Wait, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Ooh. Okay, I think I am speaking too soon. because I mean, Darth Mayhem scores as I'm talking about this maybe being a bit of a formality in the league. We kind of know that, Darth is kind of like a tick in the box when it comes to the 3 points thus far. But it's close. One goal now.
One goal indeed, and we saw from the 70th minute he started bringing in that action, that fire. And when we look at it right now, he still continues with the fire. Great shots had already come into play from him in the start of the second leg. Not only that, but a goal scoring 1-0 opportunity as well in this position for Darth Mayhem. But he now needs to handle this pressure quite well from Masoom, because Masoom's in the playing field, putting in a lot of pressure right here, making a lot of passes as well. Onto Ronaldo, back to Bellingham, Bellingham to Gullit, Gullit to Bellingham, now to Dembele, Dembele trying to find an opening, and that is some great response from Darth Mayhem. Darth Mayhem now can breathe a little, gets his players back into formation for what could potentially be an attack, but Gullit with his great midfielding manages to take him out in for a throw-in. Onto the play for Masoom. Masoom with the 1-2 touches back to Militao, all the way to Bellingham, and it's again rinse-repeat cycle that we're seeing coming out from Masoom. Is he able to stay in this position of attack? And now with the player who he has managed to beat, and means that there's a lot less available around Bellingham and Mbappe areas, and that is it right there. And he goes far, he goes wide, and everyone screams, no, that is not how you take that shot, Mbappe. Managing to not tie things off here in the second leg means that now Darth Mayhem has an opportunity, gets past these defenders, he goes over the top, but it's Van der Sar who manages to
keep gosh!
1-0. And
what are the scenes? What are the scenes? It almost feels like Darth is fighting back to stay in, to, you know, be in contention for something bigger than what is going down in this kind of tie. It's always those funny fixtures, isn't it, Ira, where it's just like, nah, there's really no hope, there's no chance, what's the point? But, I mean, can it get interesting at this point for, you know, Masoom to lose this game? I mean, not really, right, considering how many points he has. It'll just be a bit of a shock leading into those playoffs, I feel, for Masoom. It might be a wake-up call if Darth is somehow able to level this one up. He's on the attack. Mbappe is on it. Neymar looking for the link-up play. Mbappe running it down. The slide tackle, not good, but the defense on the backside will get that.
Nothing.
Nothing. The ref is blind. He's not seeing anything. It's looking a little bit grim there for Darth. And now it's Masoom who's on the attack. It's Mbappe, Ronaldo. He's got the shot, but the defender, the right place, the right time.
The right time indeed. The attack coming out. Gullit has been a really key player here for Masoom. Masoom has managed to utilize him quite well in a sense of defending in the midfielder area. Mbappe almost had a lot of breathing space. He passes the ball, but it is going to go out, and Gullit back on there, but it back to Cancelo right over there. That is Cancelo right now, but anyways, Mbappe on the run. He has Neymar sending forward, no one to support him. Ribery back to Mbappe. Mbappe trying to do something right now. Ribery, Neymar, but no, the pass is intercepted and the attack is broken. And it is going to be a back and forth right now, a cycle between these two players. And hopefully we can end a half with another fun, exciting moment to play off in the second leg right here, and Ronaldo may just potentially do that. What a save!
Check.
What a save from Tech, keeping it 1-0 for Darth Mayhem.
Oh my goodness! Oh, it's looking to spill at the back, but someone gathers it, but not well. Cancelo struggling to hold on to that one, sends it out for the half time.
Oh man!
I mean, what's going on right now, Iro? Why is Masoom finding it difficult to get into this game and really stick it to Darth Mayhem, right? We're talking about him potentially finishing third place. If Divac gets the win, it's going to start to tumble downhill, and all these funny things might happen. I don't know. We'll have to just
but
wait
when
and
you
see.
look at it, if he does tie off right now, and Divac gets the win, then yes, then it's going to be third place for him, guaranteed. Yeah. But the way it's looking like, Van der Sar is just there to save him. He's done amazing first leg. He's doing great second leg. So, and you also have his attacks being built up as well, which puts in a lot of pressure indeed. But Check is working just as hard as Van der Sar right now, but Darth Mayhem now needs to take advantage of these great saves that is keeping the advantage for him in the second leg and get some goals. He does just need only 2 to mess things up for Masoom in a way.
Let's see.
Oh,
All right.
okay. Do you want to go talking back about the league now?
Back to reality. Masoom says, none of that nonsense.
Yeah.
I will take my throne.
But you know what I love about FIFA is that it isn't over until the fact.
I mean, yeah, sure, for sure. It's not over just yet. I mean, this game is, like we always been mentioning, it's just an interesting one to really observe. We don't know what kind of fire Masoom was going to bring into this game, if he was going to be a little laissez-faire about things, and it's kind of felt like that. It feels like he could really strike and bury Darth Mayhem, but maybe for Masoom, it's just more about catching the dub. Darth, though, really been performing. I'd have to say a little bit impressed. He's really trying to stick it to Masoom and not make it an easy day. But Dembele maybe has something to say. Clear on the ball. Mbappe, Ronaldo, the 10! Oh. He just needs to take a shot, but he can't. What was that? Just scrambling.
Yes. Folded like a omelette, and I have to say he could have taken the shot. Maybe he's a pro player, but from our side of things, look good. Look at Gullit, bro. He's everywhere. He's managed to hit the ball
actually
from
just
every
everywhere.
position.
We actually have to highlight that, Masoom bringing Gullit on. Saw a little bit of him in Umzansi Esports, hosted obviously by Nodwin Gaming. The 4th season, last season, we saw a lot of Gullit. We haven't seen too much of him now, but maybe making a return with Masoom. He can be a trendsetter. Sometimes that's Gullit, showing why he's so useful down there, pulling back from the midfield just to come and defend. We'll go out for another corner, I believe. No, it's actually a goal kick. So, I mean, yeah, quite interesting turn of events. We'll see what this can garner for Masoom.
Masoom just needs to play possession. Maybe one more goal just to put a ribbon on.
Just to tie it up, ship it off,
Yeah, exactly. And it does look like Dembele. Not that much support. Great defense. A lot of pressure from Darth Mayhem in that defense line. He had no support at all. Bale right over here onto Cancelo. Cancelo to score the first goal here in the second leg. And Mbappe! Let's go! 2-1. It is going to be 4-2 in the aggregate score. He just needs 2 more goals in this situation to help things off in terms of gathering at least a point to end things off. He has less than 20 minutes
this point,
of overall
needs this point,
points.
man.
Yeah, but
I feel like we need some chance. Okay. Anyways, thank you. As I was about to say, I feel like we need some chance in the chat room for Darth Mayhem. He needs to find this draw. I think it'll be a good way to send him off. He's been playing absolutely amazing today. And I mean, it's against one of the very best in the league, the Iceman, the bravado talisman himself, Masoom. Can he close it off and put a ribbon for himself here, Darth Mayhem, before Masoom can? It's not looking like the case, but maybe I speak too soon because he gets possession. Now it's going to be an awkward position to play from, but he finds a way. He's finding a hole. He's got a shot in.
Offside.
Neymar has to be offside, man. That's just a tragedy.
just a second earlier. Maybe opportunity.
No.
Neymar running. Neymar the shot, but no! That goes wide. And that would have been a lot of pressure for Masoom because all it was needing was just one goal. He needs to send all his men up front for this final last 10 minutes over here in the second leg right now. But Darth Mayhem has shown us what being a competitive player means bringing in your best form no matter what has happened in the past couple of weeks. Yes. He stopped looking like someone who's given up because he's at the bottom, but someone who has a message to say to everyone Right here, Bale on the ball. He gets the pass onto Mbappe. Mbappe with the shot. Van der
Whoa,
Sar says
Van der
no.
Sar.
A pause
Of
goes into
course.
play. 8 minutes remaining right now. And these players are just trying to grasp the final moments right here. Do you see anything that could happen? Maybe Dortmund 2 goals.
Dude, I don't know. You know, this is the final moments, right? As Snes said, the crescendo, especially for Darth. This is it. This might be his last time in the Umzansi Esports League, you know, because we don't know if he's going to win that relegation promotion to stay into it and come in next season. But we don't know. This is it. And he's definitely setting us off with a little bit of hype. Can he edge it over and just clench it just a little bit? You know, when you get a star from your teacher, just like that.
Yeah.
There you go, dude.
Just there, well done. We've made it. We pushed you through. But yeah, it's looking really great from Darth Mayhem. You know, I like that he's bringing in that level of competitiveness. He's bringing that Umzansi to the tournament over here. Gets in a great cross onto Mbappe, very outside the box right now. Lots of players in and around him. And I also do believe maybe some major changes has been played over onto the strategy for defense. I don't know. Like, you know, these last final moments, you don't want to lose the shipping receipts.
Referee?
Referee's blind. He wants Darth Mayhem to do something right now.
No,
and it is.
Oh,
hey, ref! No!
What, ref? Where's the ref?
Referee!
What?
Blind indeed. Not looking both sides. He doesn't care who wins this match.
He doesn't care. It's heartbreaking, I think, for both players. You think Masum's gonna get the foul? You think Dart's gonna get the foul? No, not today. It's not happening. And now he's just game management for Masum. He knows he's got it in the bag at this point. For Darth, it's tears running down his face as that moment, that opportunity, that spark was there at the very end, Iro, but he just couldn't convert it.
Hey, the ref not giving any opportunity as well to this game. Van der Sar blocking off anything, and there's his goalkeeper to the floor. Goes up for a corner. Ref says it's fine, we can continue playing. Just wants to end this one off with a high note, Hulet, and that is it. Oh, yeah, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Darth Mayhem, with his 7 games played, unfortunately not able to go out with a bang, but here's our winner, guys, who's done exceptionally well in this season. 7 games, 1 loss, and against the best player we have in Umzansi Season 5, Bobo B. So really well done to Masum. That was a really great game from him. Very composed.
Very composed indeed from the Iceman. He was able to get this dub, but it was shaky. The fact that he needed to bring that composure to bear tells us a lot about what this matchup was like. The scoreline at the very end, yes indeed, Masum does walk away with the 4 goals, the 3 points. However, it was 4-3. Not a very comfortable win by any stretch of the imagination, Tendo. And to make matters worse, right? To make matters worse, if not for the referee, who was being bribed by everybody, if not for the 12th man, and if not for Edwin van der Sar, Darth Mayhem might have been able to get his first victory. And Masum, though he's second right now in the leaderboard, that 0 goal difference that he has, it might have actually been worse than that. He might have still been in negative territory, if not for Darth Mayhem getting incredibly unlucky in this matchup.
It's a bit heartbreaking, I think, for Darth. It was such a good day in the park for him. Just couldn't really, stretch it over the mark. And I mean, look at that. 0 out of 0 wins, no draws. It's been a rough season for Darth, but I think it's an improvement. I think you can agree. Only 24 goals. I mean, the last time he was here, it was plus 40. So, I mean, that's a big improvement. I am, a little bit disappointed in Masum because I think it was supposed to be him closing the distance between Divac and that goal difference. I mean, 9's a lot, but let's be honest. Look at it, Bobo Beast. He's been absolutely tearing it down.
Yep. Bobo Beast has just been on a massive tear right now. And Masum, it did feel a little bit here, Eero, that he was taking this matchup for granted. Yes, we know that Masum can sometimes be in a situation where he doesn't always pursue a matchup that he feels he can win, but against Darth Mayhem, this was, ironically enough, it felt like one of the actual better matchups for him. Somebody who's not necessarily going to go and chase the game 100% all the time in the form of Masum in a situation where he is the underdog. And Darth Mayhem, where was this guy? if this version of Darth Mayhem, if this was the version that started, imagine this was match 1 instead of match 7. I think we would have actually seen him rack up more wins throughout the season.
I definitely think he could have probably won against Moby, Young Savage in the form that he's in right now. If he turned up like this, honestly.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to say it has to be maybe just trying to close the chapter to the previous weeks where he hasn't had an amazing run in the Umzansi and he just wanted to say something about it. But he played well. He gave us entertainment, and that is what Umzansi is all about as well. And the fact that this was his last game and he knows he was sitting in that position on the leaderboard, he didn't play like someone who has given up. He played to his full potential. And that's what I love about it. So it's coming with good sportsmanship to the Umzansi and giving respect to his opponent as well as to Nordwind Game to say thank you. Here's a little bit of my level of competitiveness. So I have to take my hats off to Darth Mayhem for that.
Absolutely, and of course, he's not just done with his journey just yet. He has an opportunity to remain in the Umzansi Esports League through the promotion relegation qualifiers that he is now going to be a part of. But that means that we move on in this matchup tonight, because after Masoom has beaten the Darth Mayhem relegated man, we have now to move to the top of the card, because we have Bobo Beast versus Julio the Beast Bianchi. The Beast versus Beast matchup. Tendo, Bobo Beast has a 100% win rate against Julio the Beast Bianchi. It's going to be extremely exciting to see whether or not that will be maintained, or if it's going to be Julio the Beast Bianchi finally getting revenge and getting himself into the playoffs. We find out here, can the champion defend his title? Aero OG, Tendo, show us the story. Tell us about this game. We have it live for you. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you afterwards.
And I mean, this is the one we all came for, because it's a very big matchup, because it's the battle of the beasts. It's the unsigned boy versus the talisman of Goliath. And it could go a little bit, hairy, I think, for the Beast Bianchi, because Snare's right. It's been 100% win rate for Bobo Beast thus far. He's really got a read on the Beast Bianchi. And I don't know if the Beast Bianchi has worked enough to really change that about him. And I mean, for the Beast Bianchi, if he doesn't win this one, it's going to be rocky roads for him, because if Moby wins his game tomorrow, has enough goals on goal difference, then it's chai. It's over.
And you don't want a champion coming into the Umzansi League and not managing to get into the playoffs for that championship. And the Beast and Beast coming together right now, it's going to be better than when the Greeks had battle. This is going to be amazing right now. Here, Beast Bianchi with the shot! Beast Bianchi to answer one goal right now. Is Bobo Beast sleeping knowing that he's at the very top of the leaderboard? Or are we seeing an aggressive Beast Bianchi knowing what's the message at play for today?
Could be a bit of both, honestly. Bobo usually does start off quite slow, gets into the swing of things. Here he is right now. A shot in! The keeper! He keeps it out! Somehow, some way, he's still in the lead here, Bianchi. And yeah, I think for Bobo, he does start off quite slow. It's actually often that we see him getting scored first in these ties and then working his way back, really building and understanding his opponent. For the Beast Bianchi, we'll see if he can keep this momentum, because once the Beast is going, you can't stop him. We all know that. Here's Mbappe in a dangerous position. He gets a nice pass back to Sancho. What a shot!
Ooh.
I mean,
stand for words over there, Tendo, in that position.
It was just a turn around, slotted into the top corner kind of shot. As Bobo Beast, you can't really do much about that. You just stunned, and you had to move on. 2-0 now in favor of the Beast Bianchi.
Yep, right here. 2-0, Bobo Beast trying to make a run. It's only 17 minutes as well. So this game is really showing exactly what the Beast Bianchi has come to bring to the table. His defense is amazing. His attack has been clean. His run has been quite great. Zampata right here. Can he get a shot? He takes the shot, but no, it isn't the shot that shows Beast Bianchi levels. straight to the goalkeeper. No outside the box. No shot that was spectacular in that play, but it's still 2-0. Beast Bianchi leading in this play right now. Barella, the great run from him right now. Sancho, back to Barella. A great run from Sampata, maybe coming into play. Passes it off to Mbappe. Mbappe's skills working in his favor. He's made it into the box and it plays to Mendes, but it is going to be offside.
Really feeling the pressure, I think, Bobo Beast. I mean, it's been a great season from him thus far. You'd hate to see it end off in a big defeat against the Beast Bianchi if he doesn't crack down on what's going on. It's looking good for another one. Sancho makes it 3.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed, Iro, because, I mean, now it's 3 goals. And 3 is a lot to catch up on. I mean, look, ultimately, if he can keep the Beast Bianchi at bay at 3 goals, then he maybe needs, 1 or 2 goals here to bring it into the next leg to keep things competitive. But any more goals, Iro, I then will have to say that I think it's chai for Bobo Beast.
26 minutes, it hasn't... I don't even know what to say, because 3 goals in such a short span just means that Beast Bianchi knows exactly what's needed here to overcome Bobo Beast. Goes over the top, does take that one out to Suarez, Dybala onto Bale. Bale trying to go in with his pace, but unfortunately he's going to be blocked off with only 3 men in the back line, which could be quite difficult as we see his left back and right back run in despair to try gather in some support.
Yeah.
So this is a really aggressive play coming out from Beast Bianchi to have such a heavy focus attack strategy and tactics going into play right now. So for him, it's working out. Maybe second half he changes the strategy and has his formation more heavy onto the defense, because 3-goal lead advantage is good.
It's definitely good. It's looking like a star performance from the Beast Bianchi. Bobo stabilized a little bit, but it's still early days. 36 minutes in. First half still. There is another half to play. I mean, look, if your opponent can score 3 goals in 1 half, he can do it as well, right? And definitely, if it's about goals, we know Bobo Beast has it in him. He has the most goals in the league, and maybe here's one from Dybala. He's holding on to it.
Nice.
He's going for the curler. Maybe Bobo Beast has showed up now. And there's that 1 goal that I was talking about, and it's good. He's getting it in this halftime break, because, I mean, 2 goals in 1 half, I mean, that's pretty easy.
That's pretty standard, especially when you do have opportunities like that. That not being his first shot of the match, but a more composed, steady shot coming out from Dybala. He manages to curve the ball in, and it being now 3-1. But Beast Bianchi looking to immediately respond. There's so much open space right here. Zapata, unfortunately, will be tracked down and defended. And great defense coming out from Beast Bianchi. We can't say Beast because, we have 2 beasts in this one.
Yeah, we can't say Beast because, honestly, whoever wins this one will be the new Beast. A tricky position right now. The pass, the vision, sort of there, but just the bad timing. We'll go to the halftime. I mean, 3-1, it's not the worst position to be, especially of how rocky of a start Bobo Beast had in the beginning. And I mean, it's looking good for the Beast Bianchi because this is what he needs. Ultimately, right, he's sitting level with Moby Zilla. Moby currently sitting with a positive of 1 goal difference. So the more goals that the Beast Bianchi can stack on here, the harder it's going to have to be for Moby to make it back into those playoff positions. But I don't know. It depends on exactly who Moby is playing tomorrow, because I'm not too sure. I think he might have a matchup either against Ruxa or Mayhem. I'm not Mayhem. Ruxa, if not mistaken. We'll have to just wait and see. And I mean, Ruxa's probably just, in a similar position that we just saw Darth, where it's just like, I mean, I'm just playing for consolation. So he needs to stack up the goals where he can and not lose this tie with a lot of goals, obviously, the Beast Bianchi, because if his goal difference goes Any slightly lower, it's going to be harder and harder for him. And Iro, I mean, what do you really say right now to both players? Who is really in the driving seat?
Honestly, it's almost as if we're on a motorcycle with two seats, the two seats one. And we have Beast Bianchi on the main, sending the direction, controlling the way the speed goes. But Beast is there to ride along, take the bumps here and there, etc. So honestly, right now, Beef Bianchi is in full force, and you can see he's playing it slower, maybe because he understands the pressure is there from Bobo Beast, and you can see Dybala trying to make another entry into this one, takes a pass, and Bale with the low ball shot manages to get in.
Oh my gosh!
And it, like you say, it's very easy to score 2 goals in a one half. We had the one at a very early moment. We were sitting at 55 minutes for that goal on the stamp. So now it just comes down to doing that again. And now we have a game on our hands because at one point it just looked like it was going to Beast Bianchi. Maybe Boba Beast was sitting back and now he's sitting up front saying, nope, this game is not what I thought it would be. I want to sweat it out. And you can see Bale with a goal scoring opportunity. He takes a shot. He goes in. It is 3-3. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had your snacks, you can't go anywhere else because you need to stay glued to the screen. You need to stay here to watch these final moments.
And the read of the game, it looks like he's downloaded it now, Bobo Beast. The Beast Bianchi is just a shell of what he was in that first half now. Not too sure what happened. Look at Bobo. He's striking. He's looking for opportunities for space. The baller with a crazy shot. Oh, he still manages to keep that in play, but it will be offside. Level Peggy. 3-3. I mean, this is what you'd expect from a championship caliber match, right? It's not over until it's over. Second leg now looking even better. And now I feel the Beast Bianchi really needs to turn on. What a slide tackle coming in from Bobo. He's trying to run it in. The slide tackle back from the Beast Bianchi to keep himself in.
Things are looking good. Beast Bianchi.
Whoa! What is this, rugby?
At this point, it is just offside. And man, you have to love the gameplays in which we are seeing from amazing Titans right now. And is this how Attack on Titans, the new season, will be looking like? Because this is really coming down to the final moments. You have a lot of rivalry between these two players, I would imagine.
Look, I mean, Snare mentioned it. The Beast Bianchi cannot win against Bobo. It's almost like a kryptonite. It's probably that beast title that he's got floating around in his name,
Yeah.
But maybe a shot. No, mistimed. We'll clear it. But still in possession of the Beast Bianchi. Maybe now Spinzola finds a pass on to Mbappe. Mbappe, Corona, Mbappe. They're struggling. They're fighting for their lives right now. Okay, thank you. I was about to be like, nah, guys, please.
Oh, Corona, is he offside? No, he isn't, but he doesn't take the goal. Opportunity at hand right over there. Chiellini trying to get the ball out, create some breathing space onto Cuadrado. Cuadrado looking good. Passes to Bellingham, who's on a yellow card right now and needs to play it safe for the remainder of the first leg right here. But I think with all the action we've had on our hands, 3 goals from both beasts just means that is what we get to see in the first leg. Yeah. I think they're happy with the level of performance they've delivered, but there's still 10 minutes remaining. And if there's one thing I know about Beast Bianchi is he's a party for clutches, and we get to see it a number of times. So will we see him end with a goal difference being an advantage for him? We'll have to wait and see right now. But it's on ball possession, and there's a lot of pressure coming into play, but that is going to be taken out for a corner kick right here. Al-Shaari on the ball, but it is going to be a great counter-attack that can come out from Bobo Beast right now. He's on the ball with Dybala. Dybala, who has been a special player for him this game, unfortunately, isn't going to have the full counter-attack going into play right there.
I mean, if you're Bobo, you're happy with this result, honestly. Move into that next leg, give it your all for this final few moments of the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5, hosted by Nodwin Gaming, of course. Oh, wait. Maybe Dybala's going to get the win. Another shot! The keeper has to send it wide. Clenching over there. The Beast Bianchi, that will go straight to the keeper. Nothing from it. And now, it's just about game management. Just stay onto the ball. Don't look really to get into awkward positions that might put you at jeopardy. And with that little bounce onto it, I'm sure Bobo Beast can just maintain it. Now let's talk about second leg. What are the expectations? We need to expect to see Bobo Beast, a little bit more on the front foot, right? Because obviously now he's got the momentum, right? Because Beast didn't score a goal in that second half, not a single one.
Exactly. And that's calls for speculation because Bob Beast isn't the one to do all the work today. He doesn't need to score the 3 goals. He's sitting at
he's literally top of the table regardless of everybody winning their matches right now.
Exactly. So for him, he doesn't need to work as hard as Beast Bianchi, and I think for Beast Bianchi that is subconsciously affecting him, knowing that no matter if Bobo Beast wins or lose, it doesn't affect him. So Beast Bianchi not maybe playing at his full potential, this affecting his gameplay, and he needs to now, in the second game in which we get to see right now, come to the party to secure himself a spot, but also depending on goal difference into the playoffs.
We do not want to see a situation where, if we see Bobo Beast with anything, in the lead with more than like 4 goals, we'd be a little bit worried in this tie. But I don't think it can happen because honestly, Beast Bianchi would turn on that situation and really lock down on his defense. Already a better look from Bobo Beast, controlling the game a little bit more right in the beginning. That first leg, it just was haphazard from him. He really couldn't get a foot in. But now, seems to be on the driver's seat. Oof. Okay, that was something.
Corner, it is going to be. And Bobo Beast.
Okay. All right. Some interesting substitutions coming in.
We get to see the little leaks over there.
Yeah,
very early substitutions, though, coming out from him.
He was just like playing a little bit. He was like, nah, I actually need this guy in. It's not looking good for me.
And maybe he needs them in because that's the changes that he did in order to get ultimately that 3-goal difference. So really, maybe he's just trying to get an early lead in this one and then play it out defensively towards the end of the second leg right here. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, you are joining us for a battle between the beasts right now, and a battle on the table indeed, as it is currently 3-3 on aggregate score in the second leg. And we have Bobo Beast as well as Beast Bianchi in the place. Beast Bianchi on the ball right now. He has so many players in and around him, but Benzella takes the pressure quite well, and I think that's another corner kick going in favor for him. So that just means pressure added on in these plays. And right now, trying to go in and around with some Fred style, but unfortunately isn't going to go in favor for him. Bobo Beast is calling his players to come up close, and this, I don't know, for me always is going to be a risky play, because now you can bring your players up front, have all your players putting in the pressure onto the midfield areas. But for Bobo Beast, looks like he can handle. No, he can't. No, yeah. But he wins the ball back immediately.
He does win it back immediately. Bobo's look good this second leg. Beast really quiet, honestly, man. And I mean, it's almost like he's not really comprehending the full gravitas of the situation, because it's do or die for him. If he doesn't win this, then he may as well just kiss his chances goodbye to making playoffs, because there's no doubt that Moby is looking to etch his way into that. But it's not over just yet. There's still that opportunity for him to find the winner. Mbappe, Sancho, the link-up play, a space open. Mbappe, the defense! Oh, Bobo snatching dreams at that point.
indeed snatching dreams right over there. And maybe not only snatching, but shattering in this attack build-up play that we have right now. Still on the ball possession. Bellingham to Corona. And hopefully doesn't cause any Corona. No, I'm joking. Bale right here in the box right now. Passes it into an offside. No, it isn't offside. What a goal.
It's not offside? It's a goal?
What a goal.
Wait, what?
From Suarez. Boba Beast, 4-3 aggregate score. And no, man, Beast Bianchi right now sitting in his chair. Maybe he was sitting comfortably, now slanting forward. You know that gamer stance we always take.
Oh, no. It's shaky again off the start from the Beast Bianchi. It might be an opportunity for Bobo to capitalize on, but the offside will be called, so he gets a moment to breathe. And it's like, you know, if you could have a time machine and stop yourself from saying something, I would have stopped myself from saying, yeah, guys, Beast Bianchi is going to win the top of the season. You're going to see him right there. I should have been betting on the other Beast, and the other Beast is still looking to get an attack in. Is he offside? Yes, because, whoa, he definitely was off his mark there.
Yeah, he was off his mark. A bit aggressive right here. Zapata making a run, also going offside positions. Barella, however, still not pressured to make a pass back onto Barella. Zapata not really playing to the best in the second leg right now. And in fact, Beast Bianchi not playing at all to the level we got to see.
It's like he's not here, dude. You know? We saw him in that first half, and now he's just disappeared. It's the Bobo Beast storyline. The cross is in as well. The header. Dangerous, but won't find the post. Beast, if you can hear me, it's time to dial it up. It's time to wake up, because this is a do or die situation. 10 points is definitely not enough. He needs to make it to at least 13 to really feel comfortable moving into that next day that will come tomorrow, where everything will finally be decided. He's got an opportunity. He's got a shot in. Oh! The post stops it. Oh, the 12th man.
12th man, the goalkeeper's best friend, managing to keep things 1-0 for Bobo Beast. But, like we mentioned, it's not Bobo Beast who needs to perform today. It is Beast Bianchi who needs to fight for the playoffs position. And a win over here would mean a lot, significantly, but with goal differences. Whoa, whoa. Hey, take me back for a breath over there, because Bobo Beast, with an inch outside the goalpost, he doesn't get it in, but very, very close, taking me off my seat right over there. Sancho from Beast Bianchi with a great build-up play, but he does pause up, hesitates in that sense. Lots of plays back over here. I mean, look at that head count. We're looking at 7 for maybe Bobo Beast. So to break in over here is going to be quite difficult. Quadrado can't really do too much in this position, but he does manage to win it. Quadrado, so that was great for him.
Just nowhere to go for the Beast Bianchi, honestly. He's going to hold on to this one, send it into halftime. Get a breather. Get the boys some lemons. Not lemons, I mean oranges. Damn. You know, when you're playing sports, they always have the cooler box. You know, your coach will bring it halftime and they're giving you the chat. And you get sucking on the lemon, the oranges, and you just, you know, it's a good time.
It's a good time. It's a good time for Bobo, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a great time for Bobo. I mean, it's not like an insane lead, but he's in the lead from being at a 3-goal deficit. The Beast Bianchi has to get out of his head at this point, I think, Iro.
Yeah, no, I mean, when it comes down to thinking about the grand finals for season 4, you know, the sort of championships over there, Beast Bianchi winning the game by 1 goal. And then you have the Beast playing in the Umzansi League Season 5 and Bobo Beast about to win both of the max fixtures between the two individuals over there. And could we then be looking potentially at the best player currently in South Africa? In Africa in general?
Tough call, right? You don't really know until we see maybe a little bit more like, not to say that he hasn't been consistent. Obviously, Bobo's top of the table, but I mean, okay. No, oi, it's still a game. Oi, we gotta wake up. The Beast Bianchi says it's not over till it's over. But I mean, a draw is also just not good enough, right? It definitely needs to be the win from the Beast Bianchi. Let's not speak too soon, guys. He's still in it. If you're a Goliath fan, you gotta give him all your power and strength in the chat right now, because the Beast Bianchi needs it to stay in this league competitively. But look, Bobo is like, nah, none of that. I'm still in it. Suarez, he scored already, but won't find it now. Corona's still on it. Maybe the Bobo Beast can find an opportunity to pull it back in to the lead that he, I would say, rightfully deserves at this point, because the Beast Bianchi has really just not turned up. But he turned it up in that one moment. Bale looks for the shot. What a perfect timing from the defender. Yo.
Literally, to keep things tight.
Just perfect, honestly. A different multiverse, that's a goal, honestly.
Literally. And we got 57 minutes of overall time here played. And right now, with an attack build-up coming out from Beast Bianchi, these two players have had an amazing Week 7 match fixture right over here. And they really brought it all out on the table. I mean, we're looking at it, 4 goals each scored in aggregate position. So, right.
Man, this matchup was supposed to be, who's going to finish top of the table. Not the Beast Bianchi struggling to make it into playoffs. But maybe he has something to say here. No, he doesn't. Wait, he's still on it. Spizzola. Can he find some space, some room, an opportunity? No, he's pushed out. Wait, is that a penalty?
I don't know.
Oh, is it a yellow card? What is the call? It's a penalty, guys! It's happening over here. It's the Umzansi Esports League hosted by Nodwin Gaming. This is the opportunity Beast Bianchi needs. He cannot mess this one up. He's lining up the shot. He takes it. It's a goal!
Amazing. Amazing things over there. But it could just potentially be just enough. We are left with about 40 minutes. All he needs to do is defend. And we all know the best defend is attack. So Beast Bianchi just needs to have the ball possession in that position, and we can see. But will we be seeing a kickoff goal coming out from Bobo Beast, as he's playing quite passive passing, strategic passing as well. Bale on the ball, back to Bellingham. Bellingham again. Corona over to Reyes. Corona yet again, and he's playing it very slow. He's playing it in a sense where maybe he can get a pass that will break the defense. But Beast Bianchi's formation as well is very solid. Everyone's man marking in that position over there. So to say we can break the defense right here is almost near impossible. And as well as the decision making needed to do that needs to be about 100 IQ sort of play. And you can see that it isn't going to be 100 IQ play out of Bobo Beast to end that build-up play.
Whoa, hey, can we relax with those kind of passes, man? It's not over just yet. But Beast Bianchi feeling a little bit more comfortable now, knowing that he's in the lead. Just needs to maintain it, like you said, just keep the attack up. It's been working. He's found the way to penetrate the defense of Bobo. He's in once again. Mbappe there! Oh my gosh!
What a goal!
What a goal! Oh my goodness!
That was so good in terms of goal aspects, grasping onto those final moments. Goalkeeper unable to catch it. It deflects off his gloves and gets straight into the goal poles over there. 3-1 for Beast Bianchi. And there we go. I think right now he's starting to calm down. Maybe. I don't know. There's too much to say, but Beast Bianchi playing exceptionally well. This is the Beast Bianchi in which we saw those 3 goals coming to effect.
Yeah, I mean, like a Spartan, he's never down. If you're not aiming for the head, he's going to stay standing. And here he is. It just felt like that the whole day. It didn't really feel like Bobo was looking to bury the Beast Bianchi. And Beast knew that. He knew he just had to wait and prowl on his prey. And now he striked. There's no real, I mean, 2 goals is like we've seen Bobo do it already, but I feel like right now with the way Beast Bianchi is playing, he's not gonna let one happen. He's got full control. He's eyeing himself out in those playoffs. Mbappe's in. He wants to seal the deal. He sends it off. The Beast Bianchi Goliath Gaming stand up.
Literally, momentum goes into his favor. It is a 3-goal difference right over here, ladies and gentlemen. He's really came to the party towards the end over here. And that is how you send a package to the end over there.
Yep.
And I don't see how we can score the 3 goals in total in such little time to end it off as a tie. Not only has he done well in winning, but it's a 3-goal difference that goes in his favor now in the overall leaderboard. That could potentially help him out significantly in the week 7. And right now you can just see playing the holding game, triangle passing, a lot of pressure now coming out from Bobo Beast, sending in a lot of men to get in on the marking. But that could potentially put in some threats, but those threats are just offside passing.
It was looking good for Bobo, We all thought that he'd go undefeated the entire season, honestly, right? Because he's got that 1 draw. He's beaten everybody in front of him thus far, but this time, the real beast stands up. Beast Bianchi back on his pedestal. And with the amount of goals that he scored, I don't think Moby will be able to score that many goals to make it into playoffs, right, guys? Let's be honest. He'd have to do something insane. And insane is something that the Beast Bianchi did today, because the odds were pretty much stacked against him. I mean, if we're looking at the stats, statistically, he's not having a great season. This was not supposed to be a win. But here he is, etching it out in style, in fashion, 7 goals. What a game. What a beautiful game it was.
What a game it was indeed. Beast Bianchi coming away with 7 goals in total, but all importantly, the 3 points scored for himself. Errol, you were mentioning it in the game itself that Julio the Beast Bianchi, you said this in the first leg, he tends to show up when it matters most in the dying moments of these games, and it was looking very dicey. The first half of the second leg, it's like, well, it's still not in a favorable position for the Beast Bianchi. It's very much an awkward thing to happen, but out of nowhere, he comes alive in the more dying moments of the second half. 3 goals scored, no answer, no reply from Bobo Beast. Julio the Beast Bianchi has finally done it, gotten this dub. And how important is this win, Errol? He can now finally rest. He's in the playoffs, most likely. There are some scenarios where he's not, but the 13 points, he should be safe. Talk to me about this. What do you think was going through his mind in those moments when he's realizing, guys, I'm drawn. If I don't score now, if I don't win right now, I'm actually not getting into the top 4. Like, what do you think it was that allowed him to flip that switch to give us the performance that he ended up delivering at the end?
As much as it sounds ironic, I have to say it's that beast mentality. When you come in, when you come in with such a level of competitive history, we've seen Beast Bianchi do this on time, and we've seen the history within Beast Bianchi. It's always the mentality that he brings in those dying moments where Bobo Beast was sitting comfortably towards that very end. He didn't really show too much answer. He didn't really go in for amazing attack plays. The Beast Bianchi was still hungry, and he had to be hungry knowing what is at stake, knowing that if he had lost, Mobizilla could easily have gone through and gone and qualified into the playoffs over there. But it's really great to see that he's done that in those dying moments. 3 goals in quick concession, and then to hold things off to the final minutes. Well played from him.
Absolutely, very well played from him. He's gotten himself into 3rd place, and as it stands, Sendo, he is qualified for the playoffs, and more importantly, he's gotten the Bobo Beast monkey off of his back. The fact that he's managed to do so. Last season, we were very concerned for him in the playoffs about what would happen if he met Bobo there. Fortunately for him, he did manage to end up avoiding him. But now that we are going into a situation where he's gotten this monkey off his back, do you feel confident that he's going to be capable of defending his crown?
This is how Young Savage did it, isn't it, guys? It was like, oh, Young Savage, we don't know if he's going to make it into playoffs. Oh, my goodness, he's making it back. And he shows us that he can, win it at the very end. So I think, maybe Beast Bianchi has it in him to win it. Maybe we'll see a back-to-back champion. Who knows? It was definitely a great game.
was an absolutely incredible thriller. That certainly could have been a championship game, but it was only the first game and the end rather of the FIFA segment on day 1 of the 7th week. We still have more FIFA to go tomorrow, but for the rest of this evening, we are starting with those all-important semi-finals in the PUBG Mobile side of things. So to that end, we're going to be cutting to a short break. In the meantime, please make sure at home that you are following Nodwin Gaming Africa, thanking them for all the hype that they're bringing you here. And of course, the voices of this action have been Aero LG as well as Tendo Plays. Please go ahead and give them some love in the online spaces. And please make sure that you are hydrated. Back in about 10 minutes to resume this action here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. We are moving from the pitch of FIFA to the maps of PUBG Mobile. And we'll see you soon to continue the hype and crown the best in Africa. Until then, this is Snare, Aero OG, and Tendo signing out until we return. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season continues into this very all-important week. We've just seen the wrap-up of the FIFA22 side of things, and now, because it's 7th week, day number 1, it's the first day of the semi-finals here in the PUBG Mobile side of things. We've whittled down the 32 teams that participated initially to the 24 that still remain, and of course, we're going to be whittling down even further over the course of the next few weeks to get down to our final 16, so that we have an all-important finals. Of course, to help me bring you the action today will be Actfire and the main man, DK. Gentlemen, we are down to this very, very important stretch. Only one team at the very end of it can get to the top of the mountain, get to the top of the leaderboard. But let's talk about this, DK. As we now see, things are going to be changing up. From the 3 maps that we normally had day in, day out, when we look at tonight's schedule, it has now bumped up to 4. Because when it comes to determining who belongs in the finals, the bar needs to be raised a little bit. But talk to us about what a change in mentality is required from these teams, going from a 3 maps into 4 instead.
Well, one of the changes we could be seeing potentially coming through from the teams is a lot more emphasis and focus being on their longevity coming into these games, right? Because stepping up from 3 matches into 4 matches, that means the teams will have to focus for that extra while longer while maintaining the same kind of approach through the entirety of the day. So this is really going to be putting the teams to the test. So not only are they going to be tested, but they also now have to prove themselves once again. And I'm expecting a much stronger performance to come through in this round at least.
Absolutely, and it is very important to have that longevity, that view towards the future. I mean, it's Actfire, this is something that we spoke about week in, week out, right? When we look at this money, it's quite important because, you know, all these teams are competing to try and get a hold of this $15,100. But when we first looked at this money, one of the first questions I asked you was, what does it take mentally to try and make sure you get the largest bulk of it so you can get up to those top positions, get those $3,000, get those $1,500? And the thing we spoke about was pacing, being able to make sure that you pace your performances throughout the league portion as well as into the playoffs. How much more, it's very important, as DK was mentioning, to do that in a 4-game, 4-map format, to do that each game, making sure that you're positioning well, placing well. But it also means you have to change your mentality and your approach. Coming up until this point, it's been all about kills, all about action, being about as high octane as humanly possible. That doesn't necessarily work when it's a marathon rather than a sprint. So are you expecting some of the squads that have done well up until this point to have difficulty sort of transitioning their game thinking into this different style of things in the semifinals?
I think, yes, there's a couple of squads that are going to definitely receive a shock because, you know, as we've seen in previous, you know, Umzansi seasons, there are a couple of teams who, when they first of all come into the league in the starts, you know, they go guns blazing, they're getting the kills and all of that stuff. Then they move into the semifinals, and the more experienced teams like G3, like, you know, BJE, like Slime4KT now continue to do a lot better. So, I mean, we'll see if, you know, it's the same status quo with things. But now looking at the elimination points right there, we do have the spread right there, all the way from first, right there, getting 15 points in the match, to second, getting 12 points, to third with 10, and trickling all the way down from 8, 6, 4 in 4th place, 5th place, and 6th, all the way down right there to no points from 13 to 16. So, man, elimination points do really count right here.
Yep. Like, the elimination points make a huge difference, but the one thing that's going to be even more important is team cohesion. So the squad rosters of everybody coming into this one, it's gotten them to this point here, DK, but they need to try and make sure that the communication is on point because things change markedly in the kind of format in the semifinals. Now that we are down to these 24 teams at the very end here, as of course G3 is going to be the team that's like marked up as Desert Flame Esports. Talk to us about the fact that things are sort of reset, right? All the advantages you've accrued over the last 7 weeks don't really matter coming into the semifinals. All the playstyle you've demonstrated, say for a team like Solo Esports or Chaos Kings, it might have been very beneficial for them to come out of the gate guns blazing. But now that kind of means that there's a lot of tape, there's a lot of information about what they want to be doing. Is it going to be playing into the hands of their opponents, that the fact that they've already shown their maximum ceiling? What do they still have left in the chamber, do you think? And will other teams be trying to exploit the gaps that they have available to them because of the available information?
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing the teams that have been holding back, you know, trying to keep everything locked down for the time being moving through the group stages. We're definitely going to be seeing a lot more of that utilization coming through moving into the semis, right? Because this requires that extra little bit of focus, that extra severity to come through with regards to the team's performance. So there is going to be an extra layer of intricacy being added by these teams as they now are slowly going to be starting to unleash a little bit more of the potential that they were hiding away from us in the previous stage. So we are going to be seeing teams like Slime 4KT starting to seem like they are even more cracked, right? But instead, it's actually them now just starting to play more into their own kind of style, their own kind of fashion that they've actually been initially planning to bring out onto the battlefield. We're going to be seeing the players there from Desert Flame step up. We'll see Zero Tolerance. We'll see Blackjack. All the teams that we saw in the previous seasons really going absolutely ham. We're going to be getting much, much closer to that moving into the semis.
Yep. These semis are still going to be very, very exciting. Of course, we have reshuffled and rejig what these groups look like to ensure that it is extremely balanced. 8 teams per group. Only 3 groups remain right now as we go into the final stages of the competition. Before we load into the game here, gentlemen, as is customary, I'm going to ask for predictions, but we're going to make it interesting here today. So, Actfire, I want you to tell me which of the squads that we've seen on our screen here is a squad that is going to be not just popping off, but doing so much better than expected that they seem like a different team than what we saw in the normal league portion.
I think Slime 4KT is going to be one of those teams. I do believe we're going to see a lot more from Rela Insider. It skips my mind what the new name for G3 team is. Sorry if you can remind me.
Desert Flame Esports, yeah.
Desert Flame Esports, yes. I think we're going to see a lot more from them. You know, we've usually seen, you know, it's a very easy prediction for me. I'm going really safe right now because, you know, we've usually seen these things where, you know, the boys from Desert Flame, you know, Slime 4KT, they're not performing in, you know, the previous stage, and then they move into the semifinal and then they absolutely storm the lobby. So I'm going with the easy prediction and trying to stay with status quo.
Well, fortunately for you, it is the case that going with the easy, safe prediction is what these teams need to be doing as well to ensure their place into the playoff finals. So to see which of these squads will be rising to the challenge, who will be falling to the wayside, we have ourselves DK and Actfire on the mic, and the first Erangel map of the evening. Gentlemen, the semifinals have started. Bring us the action, bring us the hype, start the road to the finals to determining the best team in Africa. Take it away, boys. I'll talk to you after the game.
There we go. Thank you so much, Nate. What a great way to get into our very first match right here on the semis, of course. It is none other than Group A versus Group B, stepping right out onto the plate, showing us what they've got. And, of course, as we can see, a very nice flight path to start off the proceedings for these teams. So I'm curious to see where everyone's going to be dropping down and where that first initial zone is going to be forming. And Actfire, this is now that moment to shine, right? To get that good fundamental or foundational performance in right out of the gate. I'm curious to see who it will be.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, you know, when you look at teams like, you know, Slime 4KT, you look at teams like Desert. I'm still going to take some time to get used to the name. So forgive me if I mess it up a little bit. But yes, I mean, they've not showed us like what they're absolutely capable of. You know, a lot of people who are probably watching the Umzansi for the first time will be wondering, like, you know, we've talked a lot about them. We talked about Slime 4KT, we talked about BJE, and it almost seems like, you know, we've just been ranting on and on about what they're capable of. So I feel like this is the time when, you know, they begin to show that gameplay and now raise the bar a little bit further. Because teams like, you know, Mad Knights, they've been running away with it. Teams like Zero Tolerance, they've been running away with it. And Solo is Solo. So maybe now's that time where we would now begin to see, you know, that gameplay that, you know, we're used to.
Well, it could definitely be on the tables for them. I mean, we're not seeing the players from Mad Knight participating in this very first match. As we know, it is going to be Group A and B. But out of the teams that we've got here, I do believe that we are going to be seeing a great continuation coming through from Zero Tolerance, as they've been showing, not only in this event, but in previous events as well, a really, really strong presence that they can hold out on the field. As we can see Paradox now, of course, putting a quick end there to Rogue Baby. Now, that's quite interesting because Rogue usually finishes in one of two places, right? Either Rogue is the first player to get eliminated, like we saw just now, or Rogue is the last player to get eliminated. So I'm curious to see what will come through for the remainder of Sincerity. And also now, the players here from Raptor, we saw them really stepping it up over in the group stages. But again, now they have to prove themselves and show us what they can bring, as a lot of teams were potentially moving through the group stage in idle, and now they're shifting into first. So there's going to be quite a substantial change in the approach coming through.
Yeah, definitely. But speaking about Rogue Baby, who got taken out, I do remember during the qualifiers, Rogue Baby single-handedly carrying Sincerity Esports all the way into the next stage, getting that winner chicken dinner that was really vital. So hopefully we will see some good performances coming in from Rogue Baby as we move into other matches. But taking a look at several different teams right here, DK, who do you think is going to be that team that still has amongst the team who were popping off in the earlier stages, right? Who do you think is that team that probably was just, coming in early on and shining, and they may not perform in the next stage, or who do you think is going to continue, storming the lobby like they did in the previous stage?
It's a difficult one to really predict what to expect for the teams moving forward, right? Because we've only seen group stage performance, and as we've seen time and time again, and as I've also mentioned, we are going to be seeing a change coming through into group stages. So I think after this first initial day, we could have a good representation or good understanding of what to be expecting from these teams moving forward, because everyone's going to be coming out here just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, trying to see what the other team's mentality is moving into this next stage. So it's a little bit of a scary position to be in, but I do think it's also quite exciting because anything still kind of goes at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely. But regardless, I still want you to give the casters cost to one or two teams. Just lay your hands on them. Just So I'm gonna. Who will I give my sweet casters cost? Because the boys from Zero Tolerance were doing exceptionally well. I think I'll bless them with my casters cost right there. Let's see how it goes for them. All right, but DK right here, we do have the boys. Okay. I'm not.
Yep, here we go. Indeed, it is going to be Desert Flame rushing straight on forward, looking to snuff out a few players along the way, as we saw King from Fear now having to pack up the bags and take their position over in the lobby. But again, right, so for me, I would say maybe Desert Flame, they could be one of the teams that we could be expecting to see even more of improved performance come from. But who knows? Other than that, we could see a very similar play coming through from Fear themselves, right? Outcast, Tratra, and Lens. They are yet to make us proud.
Yeah, they were one of those teams that, haven't had quite a good performances over the years in, the Umzansi. They've been getting into those relegation spots often. So this is one of those seasons where things are a bit different for them. They've been able to qualify through, unlike, previous seasons where they've had to go into those relegations and, just battle their way back over and over and over again. So obviously this will be a good situation for them, but hopefully this season they might be looking to increase their performances, not just being that team that qualifies from the initial stages, but is that team that goes all the way into that finals and tries to even battle it out for that top spot. But now they've lost one player, they've lost King. Hopefully they can still try as much as possible to perform and grab maximum points in this game. But like you said, Desert Flame, who I've been struggling to name so far. Whew, finally I've gotten it. Desert Flame, Flacco and his boys, they have that experience, and I think another prediction I have is that they're gonna grab a winner chicken dinner today. They're gonna perform well. They're gonna get a lot of kills. And I feel like towards that later stage in the qualifiers, there was this thing that was different about them when it came to the body language. They became a little bit more hungry. They wanted to grab the points, and they became a lot more confident. And I think that we're going to start seeing that happen as now in the semifinals.
Yeah, well, that's definitely on the card. And of course, what we're also seeing is a nice bit of a convergence coming in on several points moving through into the map. Right up in towards that South George position. because several teams are up in pretty close proximity. We have the players there from Underrated Esports being one of those that find themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation. But over on the east is also going to be another point of interest, right? Several teams starting to make those rotations in. We've got Blackjack on the move. We got the players from Sidemen, Slime 4KT, BBC, all now starting to trickle through that eastern edge. So I'm expecting a little bit of congestion to start coming through as the teams progress further and further in towards that zone, with the blue zone being hard on their heels. But again, right, aside from the early game aggression that we saw, there wasn't really much with regards to excitement coming in just yet. So now we got to see what this next phase will bring on through, and just how much harder these teams will have to work to get themselves in a really good, sustainable position. Ooh, AMR. There we go. I wonder if anybody's going to have that. I'm going to be keeping my eyes absolutely glued down to that southern side to see if someone will be venturing down to pick up AMR. I mean, we've only seen that weapon being utilized twice so far. And of course, if we look at the players there from Apex and Solo fighting it out on the edge of Everest, I mean, there's no need even for the AMR to come on through, as they are not shy of these engagements. But looking at what that zone has been bringing through and where these teams are looking to progress into, it's going to be a really challenging zone to defend.
Yeah, really challenging one for a lot of these teams who are currently just prioritizing, trying as much as possible to hold a good position within that zone. You can see the boys from Apex losing, one player, losing Andrew, who's that player who probably is their IGL, really smart player and knows how to make those rotation calls. Hopefully he can still do that regardless of being, taken out of the game. So looking at things right now, you can see a lot of teams hopping into the vehicle, making those rotations, and the boys from Apex just taking on shots onto them. It is going to be a really tough one as we're about to move into the third zone right here. We've got 16 teams left, 59 players, and you can see all of these guys are really, really, really struggling to get a decent spot within that zone. But at the same time, we do see the boys from Mars getting into a fight right there with the boys from BBC, and we're curious to see how that fight is going to play out right here.
Yeah, it was going to be a matter of time until these teams really start dealing out a bit of damage. And that eastern position, as you mentioned, Mars, BBC, going to be looking to assert their dominance moving through from that end. But across the board, the teams are coming in with a little bit more of a calculated approach, right? We're not seeing anyone really making any major bold rotations. Instead, they are moving into the positions they know are tried and tested, at least for their strategies. And now it comes down to how those strategies are going to be playing out as the teams are being forced closer and closer together. We do see the team from Underrated Esports now moving in from the west. It looks like they are about to bounce down onto the players just up ahead of them. That, of course, being the players from Desert Flame. So I'm expecting a little bit of chaos to break out on that front. And then we also have Sincerity and the players from Sidemen also getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, a lot of these teams inching really, really close to each other. Any particular moment in time, we could see a major skirmish come down between several of these players right here. We'll be curious to see who's the first team, to get totally annihilated right here. It's going to be a huge battle, and we just got to wait for the zone to see how, or to just basically kickstart, a lot of the fighting. Once that zone makes it move, and there's little land to work with, a lot of these teams will be forced into getting into those fights and making those strong plays into buildings and stuff. But let's see how it goes. Everyone's just taking their time, being absolutely patient for now, DK, and they're just biding time. But eventually it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen eventually. And what's gonna happen is now we're gonna see a lot of third parties coming in because the wait takes so long.
Yep, they have indeed waited quite a bit of time, and now it is also the players from Sincerity who could potentially find themselves in a little bit of a troubling play, as they are situated a little bit further towards the northern edge, right on the outskirts here of the ruins. But they are getting chased down, hunted down by the players coming through from Zero Tolerance and Skydo. Mr. Crack coming through from our group stages now finds the first bit of spray right down on towards Muffin. Is going to be looking to drive it through. Up comes Vortex, also now trying to find a little bit of that closure. Maybe coming in with a vehicle. Yes, indeed. And that is all that's required to find that confirmation, their third elimination. now being locked right on in. The zone, of course, is going to be continuing further over to that eastern side, centering up beautifully on towards Pachinki. But now, Fear in a spot where they could maybe try to leverage the element of surprise on towards Solo, but it's not going to be enough as we can see those sprays just ripping on in.
Ooh, Tra putting in the work right there. He does try as much as possible to fight for his team. The boys from Fair Esports are down to just 2 players and are coming up against the boys from Solo, who have been absolutely crazy during the qualifiers. But now it's just down to the last guy. It's just down to Tra to try to hold it down for his team as his teammate Lens does go down. And he's got to make the move right now. He's got to get those heels on, but he's got to make that push. As you can see, Alton is coming in for him and sends the last player from Fair out of the lobby. They put in a good fight, took down 1 player from the boys from Solo. But at the end of the day, they couldn't just hold it on enough to stay in the game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Tratra had to say tata to us and, head on back. But, of course, next match, next opportunity, and maybe they'll look to improve their performance that time around. But for the time being, we got the players here from Solo Esports all the way over on towards the west. We have Apex just rotating up ahead of them. And then, of course, the players there from Slimeful Gatesy also yet to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. It does seem like they are starting to approach the players there from Zero Tolerance, but Zero Tolerance, in the meanwhile, are focusing their efforts right down over into the Sidemen team. As we can see, those eliminations now coming through in the feed, but still 15 teams remain. We've only said bye to 1. And we are almost 15 minutes in. So this is going to be an absolutely crazy show coming in between our remaining teams.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Taking a look at the zone right now, DK, we're entering the 4th zone, and we still got about 15 teams. You can see every single one of this team is really hungry to get those placement points. They all want to finish above. You can see the boys from Apex just trying as much as possible to rotate and prioritize getting into that zone. The boys from Desert Flame as well going to be doing the same. They've got a little bit of that edge within that zone, and this is sort of like a different game style that we are seeing right now coming in from Desert Flames. We know them to be, one of those teams who usually occupy that center. So are we seeing, a different, style from them, a change in, an approach towards how they're rotating into that zone? We'll see if that's something consistent or if it's just for this particular match, DK.
Yeah, only time will tell, and it will reveal all as we have Apex now trying to get themselves back into the safety of the zone. Instead, now looking to disengage from the position they found themselves right up alongside Desert Flame. But again, looking at that southern edge of the zone, it is open. There's a good rotational path to come through into. But now with the zone centering up on towards Pachinki even more so, this is where the pressure is really going to start to boil over, right? We have an absolute plethora of teams still on the outlying regions. Only 3 out of our 15 teams have been able to move into that Pachinki region. And as we've seen many times before, it comes down to kind of a first-come, first-served play. As the teams that have taken the plunge early on, that initiative to get themselves situated and set up, usually tend to kind of benefit from that positional play. But there's still quite a few teams to move on through, and we are yet to see the players from Raptors, Sidemen, even Solo find a good position to move on forward. No, instead, they've actually been able to rush right on forward. It is also then Zero Tolerance and Slime 4KT getting into a bit of an engagement. You can see Skydo now spearing across that ridge line. Unfortunately, gets straighted right on down, but up comes Lord and Paradox for a bit of a saving grace. Will they be able to clutch it? Oh, they find the hit on to Plaza, and now it all boils down to Zeus to bring in that final certain play.
Ooh, just taking a look at those fights right there. We do see the boys from Slime 4KT losing a couple of players right there. I do believe it's just down to Zeus to try as much as possible to bring in that final play. We've seen Slime 4KT survive, difficult situations like this, but let's take a look at the way things are going to go right now. You do see Zeus trying as much as possible to stay alive there for his team, but the boys from Zero Tolerance being absolutely outstanding, continuing the performance that they had during the qualifying stage and taking out the boys from Slime 4KT.
Oh, what a good start this is. Zero Tolerance sitting on those 6 elimination Sidemen. The next team to bid farewell. Off they go. The shots now continue to rain on through there from the Raptors up north. Meanwhile, on towards that southern position, it is going to be the players here from Underrated. Now just trying to get themselves in a little bit of a hard cover. As you can see, it is going to be an absolute hornet's nest down on the southern edge. But up comes the hits. It is going to be Desert Flame Now looking to strike on down as they move in behind the players there from Apex. Aatrox, meanwhile, will come rushing on forward. Up comes Zodiac, just flying through the Desert Flames. Flacco taking so much damage. As we can see, the Ripper just lighting them up, looking to snuff them down. Sunny holding off in the distance there for the side of BBC, but it's been a very, very difficult play for these teams so far. Now, moving into Pachinki, things are not going to get any easier.
Oh my God! There's something I've noticed about the lobby right now. You know, they're paying no respects to the old boys. They are taking down everyone, shooting at everything on site, and you can see the boys from Atros. Just taking on shots right there onto the boys from Desert and taking them down. Paying no respect, to them at all. You can see the boys, on the other side, Fellas and his team also taking on shots onto every single corner, and it just looks like it's all man for himself at this particular point in time. No one's giving him respect. No one cares who you are, where you're from. All they're concerned with is taking you down, and they're continuing the same kind of gameplay that we saw right there in the qualifiers. And these teams are not holding back. They're continuing on the momentum that they had.
Yeah, I'm liking that position coming through from Mars. We can see them holding off way over on that eastern side. The blue zone is about to be decided. It shifts just down to the south. Now, Desert Flame are really going to be tried and tested. Down to 3 players they are. Not quite sure if they'll be able to sustain the pressure coming through from the rest of these teams. But a beautiful nade there from Six God as it reaches over onto its Paraboy. And now we see the players from Underrated in a world of trouble. Blackjack moving in behind them. We've got Aatrox just holding off in the distance. And now is going to be that point of convergence, right? Everybody's going to be trying to rush on forward, get themselves situated, and potentially claim control of any of these remaining compounds. Even though it is going to be Paraboy now falling to the pressure, it is up to Fellas and Clutch God to hold on the last bit of hope for their team alongside Pyros.
Oh, very bold move right there. Coming in from Budin, moving into that particular position right there and trying to take out the boys from Underrated Esports. I do believe it was a good gameplay, but his teammates could have followed him right there. But right now, they're making all sorts of bad decisions as they do decide to continue to push into that position to try to take the boys from Underrated Esports out. And they do hold their position quite well. Get that defense, as you can see. Clutch God and his boys taking out the boys right there from Desert, and it's just down to Six God to try as much as possible to get his team into a top spot and still get something out of this. And my goodness, every single team right here that we've seen so far is totally on fire, getting ready. What was that?
Yeah, Six God reaching on in, making that vehicle go boom, and with that, picked up Paraboy in the exchange. Still, we see a few more teams looking to squeeze themselves back into this next phase. We got the players there from Chaos now looking to roll on through. Rushing in on the western edge. They find themselves pulling up right alongside Desire there from Sincerity. So that is a beautiful, beautiful trap being set there. And you can see those knocks just connecting on through. It is going to be up to Trix and Minatos for the side of Chaos to show us whether or not they can get themselves out of that really, really sticky situation. But again, the spread up in Pachinki itself, holding on to the compounds, we still see some potential hope coming through for Blackjack, Solo, as well as Zumpy and Co, right? So that is, of course, going to be none other than the players there from Raptors. We are yet to see those teams situated towards the north looking to assert their dominance down towards the southern edge. But once this next zone pops, it is going to be absolute chaos, as we still have 11 teams and 29 players left to try and squeeze themselves into a good position.
Man, taking a look at the way the zone is currently situated right now, we do have, like you said, 11 teams, and there's so many teams already situated within a good portion within that zone. But the boys from Solo currently is in now with just 2 players left, taking on shots onto several different teams. As you see, they're taking down a player from Unique, and all of a sudden, UG Boy and his teammate Playboy have got to make their way into that zone. There's not a lot of teams who are currently within, a good spot in that zone, so we're going to be seeing a a lot of violence as teams are looking to push in. But right there, eliminated. We do see the boys from Desert Flames Esports get taken out, and Six God is the last one right there. But one thing we haven't talked about, we haven't seen a lot much from within this match, DK, is the boys from BJE, one of the big boys, still rocking a full squad within this particular game. Do you think that that gives them the opportunity to go on and perform extremely well in this particular game, as we can see that they do have a little bit, a tiny little portion of that zone?
Well, it's all going to depend on how their strategy plays out, right? Whether or not they are able to prioritize their engagements. But now it is going to be a very risky run coming through for Solo as they get blown to smithereens. That vehicle just crashing up into the hay bale. It is none other than from Mars to just let it rip. Sincerity also now getting sent away. The team starting to fall left, right, and center. And looking at where the zone has moved out into the open field, it is going to be a very, very challenging position. But of course, we see Geish now quickly trading off one of the players there from Blackjack to the left to go. It is MG and Zane, two very formidable opponents. But will that be enough to stop Geish? Yes, oh well, so good play coming through. MG now steps up, claims Geish, and Hainsley is the final player left for Unique to show us whether or not they can lock in a really strong finish. But again, that zone is just going to start constricting down onto these players, forcing their hands. As you can see, a beautiful spray there from MG. Phoenix still in the mix. Got that position on the very edge of zone. But now MG relying on their skills, right? Stepping out, finding the trades before starting to rotate further, utilizing the hard cover for some really, really good coverage to move on in. But 5 teams left to duke it out, and no one really having a dominating position moving into the zone.
As you can see, like you said, no one having a dominating position, but the boys from BJE are currently sitting down within a good spot within that zone. I do believe the boys from Mars as well do have a couple of players. I do believe 3 or 4 players, 4 players actually situated in that zone and are currently doing quite well for themselves. So the boys from BBC and BJE have got a lot of work to do to take them out. And it is a very, very, very dangerous and sticky situation that Sonny has right here, as a full squad from Mars is right there in front of him. He's got Aimless and Turbo to try to take care of. If he can take down at least one of those players, then he might just be able to do a lot of damage right here. On the other end, we do see a couple of players from BJE getting taken out right there, but all of a sudden, Team Unique gets sent out of the game right here, and we have got only 2 players aside from the Mars players left here. It's 1 player from BBC and 1 player from BJE, and Mars Esports. Mars are looking really, really, really good on taking this game home.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen a lot come through from BBC in this match. And with Sunny's position there, we can see it's been quite a troubling play to make. But it's not going to be stopping Sunny there, right? He still has a potential play, like you were talking about, to come through from that southern edge and maybe rely on those ridge lines to just lay down the pressure on the squad there from Mars. But MG on the opposite end finds themselves also in quite a bit of a predicament. As we can see, Turbo now just wrapping around, looking for any potential positions to play. It is going to be MG to get spotted out. And this will now be the opportunity for the players from Mars to apply as much pressure as they can. They know there's only 2 players standing between them and this winner chicken dinner. It is going to be Sunny now to take a load of damage coming through from the blue zone. And with that, MG gets rushed, and none other than from Mars picks up our very first winner chicken dinner with 8 eliminations.
Oh, wow. Lovely, lovely gameplay coming in from the boys from Mars.
Yeah, very, very beautiful performance coming through there from them. As we can see, 1,399 damage being dealt, 1 away from hitting 1,400 damage. But of course, what a good, strong performance from Mars has been showing in this match. A good show of aggression, and they just were able to just overpower the teams moving into that final zone.
What a way to begin the first Erangel and the semifinals in general, as far Mars not only coming with a strong victory here, but this is a very intriguing map in general to watch. We saw, as DK was mentioning just before the game itself started, that everybody is very aware and cognizant that it's a marathon, not a sprint. Be a lot more considered in your movements, rotate more often. You don't have to take the full-throated, massive fights. But what is so bizarre, is just how slow it got. 13 minutes before the first team found themselves being eliminated. But all of a sudden, when the eliminations did start coming in, very rapidly, teams just started falling like flies all across the map. What do you think it is that making these teams be so much slower and considered at the beginning, but then picking up the pace in short bursts and then being slow again? So like a beautiful sine curve, honestly, in terms of how they played this game regarding the aggression.
I think what usually happens when you move into like a new stage is everyone starts to become a little bit more careful because they're trying as much as possible to get as much points as they can and progress into the next phase. So that's what we'll definitely see today. But as the games begin to progress, we'll then see them open a little bit more, take a bit more risk, and try to get those early eliminations. Yeah.
Absolutely. The early eliminations do definitely make a huge difference. And for Mars, might not have gotten most of them early on, but when they got them, they certainly did end up counting to get them this winner chicken dinner. DK, getting this first win, given the fact that this is a full reset, right? Coming into the semifinals, everything you've done up until now is brought back to square one. You have to reassert and reaffirm exactly how strong you are. So this from Mars team, they might have gotten this winner chicken dinner, right? But do you think this is giving them the momentum to keep going at this particular pace? Are we going to keep seeing from Mars occupying these pole positions, or do you think it's a flash in the pan and that everybody is still sort of acclimating to the new game style, and then once everybody is used to how we're playing in the semifinals, suddenly from Mars aren't going to look as strong anymore?
I mean, it's a good tactic to come through really strong out of the gate and then look to maintain that momentum, right? And what better way to do it than picking up that first winner chicken dinner with 8 eliminations coming in alongside that, right? So it already puts them a little bit of a step ahead of the opposing teams, but all they got to do is keep the momentum going. Moving through into the remaining 3 matches, it's going to be a little bit of a trying play, right? We've seen teams really shifting in their dynamic as they move into Sanhok, as they move in towards Miramar. So I'm curious to see how that's all going to then come together as the teams return for our final match of the day right back on towards Erangel once again.
Let's see who was able to get the MVP vote from the first map of Erangel. As DK has mentioned, there are going to be 2 iterations of this map, so you can take this with a little bit of a grain of salt. But of course, it is going to be a solo esport player coming out here. Yuji Boy coming away with 3 elims. Axfire, look at the difference between the semi-final stage and the regular league portion. In the league portion, I don't think we ever saw an MVP with less than 5 eliminations. Here, we get 3 on the first map, and if I'm honest, I don't think we're going to be getting back to those 5, 7, 9s for quite some time in the semifinals. Do you think there's any squads that are going to be capable, even taking into account the fact that you have to play more considered in the semifinals? Do you see any of the squads being able to pop off tonight and get more than the 3 back to the 7s and the 9s that we've seen before?
Yeah, I do think that there's a possibility that we'll still see that as we do progress. But maybe not just today, or it could happen. But of course, a lot of teams are being a lot more conscious than they were during the late stages of qualification. So people are not taking as much risk, and they're not being as adventurous as they would have been in the late stages of the previous stage that we had. But we'll see how things go.
We're gonna see how things go. Yeah, DK, what do you feel about this, DK?
I don't know. It's a bit of a risky play, right? Because I mean, yes, we've seen teams finishing exceptionally well in the group stages, right? But that could have been possibly due to the fact that we saw a few teams holding back, right? So moving into this very first day, I do think this is going to be that opportunity for teams to not only come out of the blue and shock and all the rest of the players, but also look to get a really strong foundational position set up as well.
Speaking of foundations, from Mars has certainly been able to set themselves up for a very strong foundation in the semifinals. Remember, everybody, we have now whittled these teams down to 24, but only 16 teams will progress into the final weekend of play. But from Mars, they will need these 23 points for themselves to get into those very, very, very coveted slots at the very end of the competition. Blackjack Esports not doing too badly here, coming in second at the placement points, earning 18 points in total. Team Unique getting themselves 13, Underrated Esports on 12, Raptor 10, BBC 10, ZTS 8, and Solo Esports 7. One thing I'm loving about this Axfire is that normally when we've been seeing the league portion of things, it was always that the top 4 team, top 6 maybe, were drastically ahead of everybody else in the lobby. But here, the point spread outside of From Mars at the very top and maybe Blackjack Esports, everybody's really in close within one another's points, one different position, a couple of different eliminations, and suddenly you end up leapfrogging your opponents. It just goes to show that, like what DK was mentioning, how many of these teams have actually been holding back coming into the semifinals, and how close the contest is going to be going forward.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the way the leaderboard is going to shape, we are seeing a lot of those teams who were performing in the previous stage right here, like Zero Tolerance, Solo Esports, BBC, Raptors, underrated esports. They continue those performances. But we're now beginning to see, guys like PJE who went, showcasing, what they're capable of, quite early during those qualifiers, now coming in here and, trying as much as possible to get those points early on. And this is exactly what, a team like BJE needs to continue to show those dominance. But we'll continue to see how the performances move on and see if, teams continue this aggression that they have.
Of course, the teams that are up here in the top 8 will be feeling very happy with their performance. Maybe not the team at the base 7th, 8th, but for the most part, this is the kind of point tally that you need to be getting consistently if you want to proceed into the final weekend. Unfortunately, though, these are not the only teams that were involved in the lobby, as the second page here from 9th to 16th will show us a lot of these teams that haven't necessarily been able to cover themselves in glory here, DK. And now we are finally starting to see the gap between the top and the bottom. It used to be between the top 6 and the rest, maybe top 4, but now it's between the top 8 and the bottom 8. It's pretty apparent the difference in these caliber performances. But the teams that we are really worried about, Slime 4KT, Team Apex, Chaos Kings. Of course, Chaos Kings and Team Apex did amazingly in the league portion of things. Slime 4KT just managed to eke in to the semi-final stage. But all three of these squads are squads that you could easily envision pushing for championship, being number 1 at the very end of proceedings. Is it a bad sign that the first map of Erangel on the first day of semifinals hasn't necessarily gone according to plan for them?
No, I mean, this is the litmus test, right? That is what the first match is. All the teams just trying to get a good assessment of what to expect moving through the remainder of the day. But, right, I mean, like, they were just the victims. That was it, right? They were unfortunate to get caught out in their rotations. They were rushing into our top half teams, and that's why we see such a big separation, because the top 8 teams were the teams that were super aggressive for the entire span of this last match, right? If we look at the elimination distribution coming in on the second page, it looks drastically different in comparison. So all it tells me is that these teams on this side of the page were just caught out. But also it was the litmus test match. So I'm expecting a little bit of a change moving through in our remaining games.
There are several remaining games for the evening because this is only Erangel Part 1. We are going to be closing out the evening on Erangel, but now we're going to be moving forward onto Sanhok and Miramar. And usually that is where we see, especially on Sanhok, madness happen and a lot of the team distribution shaking up quite a bit. The leaderboard tends to become quite chaotic afterwards. Although, usually, because we start on Erangel, go to Sanhok, and then come back to Miramar, it's a usual progression of thinking, and you can see a lot of these teams, their body language describe that. Coming in on Erangel, they're a bit slow off the mark, being very considered. You go into Sanhok with great amounts of chaos, and then on Miramar, it's a much more strategic showing in terms of the movement across the map. But we've never had a situation outside of the semifinals, in the league format at the very least, where we go from Miramar into another map. Miramar tends to test your endurance quite a lot here, Xfire. Is it going to be making a difference? So on some of these squads, for example, let's say are from Mars, how do you think they're going to perform differently after the grueling matchup of Miramar, when they eventually come back to Erangel? Is it going to change how they approach the maps, do you think?
Yeah, I think for a team like Mars, who's already gotten one winner with a chicken dinner, they can be a bit more aggressive, like in a map like Miramar. They can be a lot more adventurous and try to push teams, get those extra elimination kills, get maybe 8 eliminations, a couple of placement points, and continue to climb and stay on top of that leaderboard so far. You see teams like BJE, who are very good in Miramar, try to now get that winner with a chicken dinner and show what they're capable of. So I do believe that teams are going to be more adventurous in this particular map. Things usually slow down in Miramar during the mid stages, but we're going to see a lot of chaos, and a lot of teams like BJE, Zero Tolerance, Solo Esports try to get those fights and get a lot of those skill points.
DK, I let Axfire finish with the predictions before we went into Erangel Part 1. Before we go into Sanhok here, I want to hear your thoughts. Firstly, how do you think it's going to be matching up? Are we going to be seeing the teams playing as slowly as they did initially out here on Erangel? And The second question, and the more important one, I want your prediction of exactly how many teams we're going to be having in the final phase of play on Sanhok.
Well, first up, the ice has been broken. There's no more need for these nerves to come through. I do expect the teams to really start showing up a little bit more aggressively, especially moving in towards Sanhok. With regards to the amount of teams being left at the final stages of the match, I would say in Phase 7, we should have about 4 teams left. Let's say one of those teams are positioned out in the blue zone.
Ooh, one of them outside in the blue zone. I like that. That's a nice considered prediction there. And certainly on Sanhok is one that we've seen happen time and time again. Personally, I'm hoping that we do get to see... We had that one game, was it week 3 or week 4? I can't remember which. But where we had this massive beach play on Sanhok, which was really funny to watch. I think there were like 2 or 3 squads just taking all their time, trying to swim around danger. I'm hoping it comes down to that because the more entertaining, the more goofy these matchups are, the more fun it is to watch. Unfortunately for me, though, given the amount of money that's on the line right now, and given the fact that you're not just playing to get into the semifinals, you're already here. And you have to make sure every single point that you can accrue, you get for yourself, because that could be the difference between getting into the final weekend and not. And not getting into the final weekend, suddenly you're looking at not just the money distribution, but you're asking yourself, man, did I really just spend 8 weeks of my life trying to compete to be the best in Africa and not be able to make it to the top of the mountain? It's too much to bear for so many of these teams. So now that we are about to get into Sanhok, everybody at home, please remember that for many of these teams, this is going to be an opportunity for them to really declare that they are on the map, that they aren't just going to be sitting behind some of the top-rated squads, but that they also have a name to make for themselves. So as we go into the second map of the day, cheer them on. Let us know exactly who you are favoring for all of these games and exactly where you think this is going here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. And with all of that preamble out of the way, the second map of Sanhok is about to go live. Actfire has been on fire today. DK has brought us some stellar predictions for the day, but now we'll be finding out which of these squads will bring us the necessary gameplay to get themselves into the finals weekend. Gentlemen, take it away. This is Sanhok. This is the Umzansi Esports League semi-finals PUBG Mobile, and I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. And of course, yes, without any further delay, it is time for the jungle in our second match right here. Flight path looking really decent for these teams, but as we know, on Sanhok, flight path not too essential. What is going to be more important is where these teams are going to be positioned, and of course, where that first initial zone is going to be popping as well. We do see 2 teams already heading up in towards the more northern position, the more northern approach. It is going to be the players there from Chaos Kings and Fear. But the rest of the lobby going to be moving into a little bit of a normal start, right? We do see Sincerity coming in for a bit of a contentious position over towards that camp. Bravo angle going in there alongside the players from Aatrox. But surprisingly, we do have 2 teams hot dropping right down in boot camp here, Tony.
Yeah, and of course it is the champions of the last game, the boys from Mars, coming up against the boys from Slam4 KC. And if you want to be placing you definitely want to do Slam4 KT and trying as much as possible to take them out. But right now, they might be finding themselves in a sticky situation right there, as they do have one player who has currently been taken down. You'll be curious to see how the boys from Mars try to hold on in this particular game. As you can see right there, Turbo has an angle onto the boys from Slam4 KT, and I'm curious to see what he does with that right there, if he can provide that support. Will they be disengaging from this fight and trying as much as possible to grab themselves some points? Remember, we did talk about it before the game started. They will be looking to see if they can get themselves some elimination points. So obviously, coming into this particular position, that is their aim, to get themselves those kills to perform with great aggression right here. But the boys from Sanhok putting up a huge fight and taking down one player first at least. Let's see how it continues to go, TK.
Yeah, well, the time for taking a more cautious and calculated approach is not really there, right? This is the opportunity to kind of showcase your potential, your play, and just cause absolute havoc while having a lot of fun while doing that. So I do believe that we're in for quite a bit of an exciting play, and it's great to see the teams already getting right down to business over here in it towards Sanhok, as it is now Mars. Oh, holding on, trying to peek the position, but they do get spotted out, and with that, we see those trades connecting on through. But again, right, they are going up against the players from Slime. Slime being a very, very confident team when it comes to a position like Bootcamp, for instance.
Team as they've taken out two players from Mars right there, showing what they're capable of. I'm sure. I mean, DK, do you think that Mars knew Slime 480 would be there and they made the push on purpose to try to take them out?
No, I think that it was just a happenstance, right? So the teams just happened to find each other in that position. Very similar to what we've got right happening over in Boot Camp. Camp Bravo, sorry. As we can see, it is going to be, the plays coming through now from the Sincerity as they find the plays, picking up Aatrox along the way. So I'm expecting a lot more of this chaos to come through as the teams continue to apply the pressure, looking to find the aggression, those points. They are in dire need of it. And of course, now a beautiful trade coming in between Aatrox and Sincerity across the way.
Lovely, lovely, lovely gameplay coming in between these two teams. As you can see, Sincerity holding and putting on a good fight against the boys from Aatrox right there. But Grim, who is the last one for Aatrox, putting up a fight right there, trying to keep his team alive as he does take Willie's HP down to 1 HP. He's got to find a way to hold down. He's taking down Desire. He's taking down Muffin. And it's just down to Willie. And he's almost about to do it. Take them on his own. And he does it. Grim with the wipe. Woo!
Well, like I said, right, we're going to be seeing teams really going to town, just popping off and bringing in some absolutely phenomenal performances. And that is exactly what we see coming through here from Aatrox, right? Grabbing the opportunity, yes, it was quite the costly engagement, but they were able to defend that Camp Bravo position. And now Grim is in a position where they can actually, grab a bit of a breath because we don't see anyone in the vicinity. So this could be quite a bit of a favorable play now for Aatrox to get a bit of that reset going, right? Recalculate themselves, find their bearings again, and then push further into those later few stages.
Man, I did not expect Grim to get the squad. Well, I just kept saying it was going to be now. It was going to be now, and that player from Sincerity was definitely going to take him down. But he just kept going, and up against the last player, he had already reduced his HP. He didn't have enough time to heal up, and he was able to keep his team right here in the game. So we're down to 15 teams left. The boys or the players from Sincerity have currently been taken out of the game right there. Thanks to Green putting up a lovely performance, as we've seen. Apex sitting down within that central position right there, just not off Quarry. We do have several different teams just right there, really close to them. We have the boys from Underrated. We have Sidemen approaching that region with my CS skirmish coming down between Underrated and Sidemen. There's a potential for that. We do have the boys from BBC as well getting into those regions. They're sort of like in a 2-2 split right now, but I do believe that they might get really close to each other. So this zone is definitely still in the first zone. It's going to be moving any moment from now into that second. I'll be curious to see how it does play out for a couple of these teams who are already quite comfortably within that zone, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to what rotations they are able to secure and move on through. Underrated are going to be situated smack dab center zone, at least for the time being. And this could be a good potential angle for them to be holding, right? Nice bit of high ground they've got just north of Quarry. And we do see the players from Sidemen slowly on the approach coming through from that northern position. But the team's really respecting the space, right? No one really stepping up, aside from the few early engagements that we've had. No one else really stepping up, looking to shake things up too much. They can see that awareness, the caution coming through from the teams as they are making their way across the map.
Yeah, a lot of teams, just trying as much as possible to, get into a favorable and good position. Just trying as much as possible to be aware of, the locations that they do take. And this does happen when you've played together for quite a while. You know where teams are going to land. You know the potential rotations that they're going to do. So everyone sort of like just knows their spots and knows, the different regions. And currently within, the way the map is currently situated, they're not making pushes into each other right now. Everyone's just trying to respect themselves. Take it easy. If you land in my spot, I'm definitely going to take you out. but I'm not going to push until I absolutely have to.
Yeah, and that shows quite a bit of growth coming through, right? The teams coming to the realization that you don't necessarily need to take every point of contention that comes your way unless it threatens your longevity in the match itself. So it's great to see that kind of improvement come through. But of course, it's not going to stop right here, right? We are only 8 minutes into this match. We're only in our first phase. And there's a lot that's still going to be coming towards these teams as they progress further and further through the phases. But again, the players from Underrated are holding a really nice position, liking the coverage that they are showing, the awareness, scanning all the possible angles they can get their eyes on. But they need to be careful because Sidemen, they're on the approach and they could have a few tricks up their sleeve as well.
Yeah, definitely. Sidemen, another team that had been showing some consistent performances, getting up into this particular stage with Nefmi, just being like a regenerating force on that particular team. If a lot of people don't know the history about Nefmi, it was once, one of the players in, Gun, and he was an absolute nightmare, in the Umzansi. Coming back right here with, the boys from Sidemen, it's just lovely to see, his performances. It's lovely to see, him, coming back and, giving us, those lovely gameplays, that we do know he's capable of. But let's take a look at the zone right now, where things are going to be situated. Give your predictions, DK. Who do you think is that team that's probably placed, in the best position to succeed so far?
It's difficult, right? It's still the first phase, and we don't know where the next phase is going to be shifting. But I'm going to be hopeful for a bit of a step up performance-wise coming through from BBC, as they held back quite a bit over on Erangel. So maybe Sanhok could be that opportunity for them to make a bit of a comeback. But Underrated, they look like they really spread themselves out quite well here, showing a lot of that kind of focus moving through the zone. Also not going to be shifting up too super aggressively so they can maintain the current position they are holding. But this opens up another door now for the players here from Chaos Kings to come and move a little bit further down south to get themselves closer to that center zone. But this time around, not a lot of teams really converging towards the center, right? We can see a lot of teams close to center, but this being in the semi-finals, teams are really showing a lot more of that calculated kind of strategy moving through the match.
All right. So what I got from that, really, first of all, is that BBC has gotten the caster course finally. And you've been able to give it to them. But taking a look at the boys from Underrated Esports right now, taking a look onto the boys from Sidemen, finally getting into a little bit of skirmish right there. Pyros has got to be careful. He's not aware of that position where Nefmi is currently at. And Nefmi is one of those players who's very good at those long range shots, and it'd be curious to see how that one actually does work out for him.
Yeah, a little bit of a deterrence there for Nerfme is going to be all these trees in the way, but it's not going to be stopping Skydo from Zero Tolerance, as they don't even worry about trees or rock or anything, right? You could just see them moving on forward. Zero Tolerance going to be coming in with a bit of a rush. We've got UG Boy also now trying to get themselves up in a position where they could look to strike on down. We got Ultinix holding up a steady angle alongside this rock. This could be quite the favorable play to make, as the shots now get lasered over towards Skydo, unnecessarily hitting a bit of damage there. Not quite sure why I said unnecessarily. Unfortunately, rather, finding the hits. And of course, Ultinix taking a little bit of damage. But this is going to be a Zero Tolerance's push coming through. They've already tasted a little bit of blood, and now they look to close it up, as they only need to push through UG Boy from Solo. So I do think that this is going to be the next team to get sent back, as Solo Esports find themselves in a very troubling play.
As you can see right there, the boys from Solo Esports down to the one player, finding themselves in a very sticky situation right there. And the boys from, Zero Tolerance making that push, going from left and right. You can see Vortex and Paradox trying as much as possible to push from several different corners, and Paradox finally getting that elimination and taking Solo Esports out of the game. Solo Esports not having quite a great game right here in Sanhok, and get taken out in 15th place. Now moving on, we do have 14 teams left in the lobby, and it will be curious to see who actually does take this one home.
Yeah, it would be quite interesting indeed to see who will be the players to walk away with that winner chicken dinner. But it's still a long and treacherous way to go as we are sitting with 14 teams moving through into this lobby, into this next phase. As the second phase is about to come to the end, as the blue zone is now constricting from forward, but Desert Flame holding on to Quarry, a really good bit of hard cover to utilize. There's going to be Apex now on the receiving end there. But again, right, Gorilla up on the roof there, so that could be a very risky play, as I'm pretty sure C-Mine has very likely spotted them out, and now we just wait to see whether or not that trigger discipline is going to come into play, or Desert Flame will jump at the opportunity to find a few more of those engagements. But a very, very calculated play coming through from Desert Flame. We've got Flacco holding onto the hard ground there, not really scouting about too much, and a slow, steady approach coming through from the rest of the team. So I got to respect this, though, because, I mean, they've moved into a position close towards center zone, and now they're waiting to see where this next phase is going to be going. So this does show that they've come into this match with a strategy.
Yeah, definitely. You can see several different teams now beginning to get situated within that zone and hold a very good position. We've talked about the boys from Desert Flame Esports, DK. You know, they are one of those teams that have, you know, the ability to continue to perform extremely well. You know, they're really close to the boys from Apex. Do you think this is the time for them to shine, begin to grab those points in that leaderboard? Because no matter how great you are on paper, it's all down to those points that you can begin to accumulate as you move on in that zone. So do you see them right now the way, you know, from their body language? Do you think that, you know, this is actually, you know, that moment for them to begin to grab those extra points?
Well, it does seem like Desert Flame is looking to rotate. Instead of moving forward, they're looking to rotate along that southern approach a little bit more, opting for the eastern side. Now, that could be quite a bit of a favorable play, seeing that we've got the players from BBC and Raptors positioned ahead of them. But there is that opportunity, or that chance, that we could see them actually missing both those teams lying ahead of them and finding a beautiful bit of opening just a further bit ahead. But of course, all will be revealed once these teams find their way into this next phase. Apex, however, are really looking to show up, as we can see them moving through from the southern edge, scanning these ridge lines, being sure to not expose themselves unnecessarily. So a lot of awareness coming in here, but this makes it open for a few other opportunities to possibly be reached in, as we can see the players from Undisputed again finding themselves smack dab center zone. But now we move over on towards Unique and Zero Tolerance. That it is going to be the play of their Vortex to find that head in towards Exist. Paradox really low on the health, not looking too great, but they do have some extra reinforcements now on the approach. Hainsley on the other side is focusing on zone, right? They're like, no. I'm just going to get myself back into that zone instead of falling to the trap being set up here by Zero Tolerance.
Man, such a very lovely gameplay coming in from Zero Tolerance as they get into, you know, the next team. They take down, you know, those players from Unix, and now they can begin to approach that zone. They've got themselves 6 kills so far. They're remaining still consistent within this game, and if they can get themselves at least some placement points, that would definitely mean a lot for them on that leaderboard. You can see them prioritizing getting into that zone. The boys from BBC, as we're taking a look right here, are focused on the boys from Raptors. They've taken out Shiva, but you can already begin to see Gorilla trying to go in for that revive. It's a curious one to see how several different, you know, of these teams are going to be playing this one. Kratos and the boys from BBC, you know, who we haven't really seen a lot of action coming down for them today so far. We're curious to see how they do play this particular one. Are they going to push on to Victor and Shiva, or are they just going to hold on their position for now? DK.
Well, it is going to be an important play coming through for BBC, right? They haven't found any substantial gains just yet, but now we can see Falak reaching across, finding that knock, looking to get a bit of a confirmation in as well, but a good line of defense being set up here by BBC, as you can see that great spread coming in. So that is going to make it quite challenging for the Raptors to get themselves away from this position, because whichever way they go, BBC should have a pretty good angle on them. For the time being, it is going to be Kratos now trying to just get that first initial point of contact set up right alongside the Raptors. while we see this good coverage coming through from Neil and the rest of the crew. But I mean, we've got Sunny also just positioned a little bit further up north, really being able to reach around that rock much closer on towards Gorilla. And now we can see all the information being relayed back and forth between BBC. But now they've got to act on that information. Also, we do see that there is a bit of an approach being made now by Kratos right here alongside Zampi. And this could be that opportunity that BBC now needs to lock in these eliminations.
All right, DK. We're down to 13 teams. We're in the fourth, approaching into that fifth zone. All right. So, who are you going to give your caster cost to right now? Who do you think is going to? Who do you think has that chance? I mean, right
BBC.
now.
I mean, I've cursed them already, so I'll just stick to my guns, right? I'm hoping BBC steps it up. They're in a really good position, as we can see Kratos right here alongside Zampi. Now the last one to rotate up for Luck, and the rest of the team, meanwhile, focusing their efforts on getting themselves situated in towards that zone. So it is going to be important for BBC to play this one very cool, calm, and collected. But they have the skills, they have the position, and the knowledge. All they got to do now is utilize all, the whole bucket of things being presented to them and just make the most out of what they've been dealt. But the zone, a little bit further up north, is going to provide somewhat of a challenge for the teams to get themselves locked into good position. Apex, also one of the teams still trying to find their way on through, but Slime showing a good position just ahead, tapping away, as does the players here from Underrated. And this is going to be what's so challenging now for Apex, is how are they going to get through this position, right? Because if they manage to get through this initial one, up ahead is going to be the players there from Sidemen as well. So this is a super trying position now for Apex to try and play.
Exactly. It's a really tough one for them. They've got to take on the boys from Underrated Esports who are just in front of them, and as well take on, the boys from Sidemen. But they might have a saving grace if the boys from Sidemen are making that push onto the boys from Underrated, and they might just be able to keep them boxed in and take them out from, those corners. Because, take notes, there's also Slime for KT coming into the mix right there, trying to take out the boys from Underrated. There's also the boys from Apex, but they're deciding to just rotate away from that spot, try and get into that zone, and it might be a very, very, very dangerous one for them, as there are several different teams right there. You see Clutch God taking on shots to the boys from Apex as they move into that zone, and boom, down goes Andrew, down goes Professor, and they get sent back down right there. Ooh, tough one.
Yeah, what a play that is from Underrated. The position really starting to work out. And as we say that, it is going to be Clutch now getting traded on by Slime 4KT, reaching across the valley. But Sidemen holding up a very substantial position. It is going to be quite challenging for these teams down south to get themselves back into safety. As we can see, Fellas now ripping into Slime. Zeus getting traded, Plaza getting traded. It could be LZD, the next one to step on through. But fortunately, that tree seems to be a little bit of a saving grace, at least for the time being, as Underrated are trying to get their players back into contention. They've got an absolutely beautiful rotational path straight in towards the zone, but they've got to watch out for the players from Sidemen held up ahead. And this is a very risky play. In fact, getting into the vehicle with still 12 teams left, I mean, this is a tough one. But of course, as we can see over on towards that southeastern side, is going to be BBC and Blackjack getting into a little bit of an altercation here as well.
Boys from Blackjack Esports, one of the players hopping into a vehicle and just prioritizing getting into that zone as they're currently being gate kept. You can see Phoenix just pushing on, MJ and Reverb staying behind and trying as much as possible to see if they can get into a battle with the boys from BBC. But you do see Valak just retreating away from that one and prioritizing getting into the zone himself. They've got Kratos who's currently down. They're not going to be able to do anything for him. Turning the sights onto the boys from Sidemen. Sleepy, who's already in that building and probably most likely going to be gatekeeping them. They have a very tough one trying to take him down while they push onto that zone. You can see Nehal just staying behind and trying to get those heal on. They're in a very, very, very sticky situation as they have the boys from BGE who are currently behind them trying to get into that zone. They do have Reverb and they've got to take on Sleepy at the same time. It's a very tough one for them, DK.
Yeah, and it's going to be BBC now falling to the pressures of the Blue Sunny, just narrowly escaping that. Super low on the health bar, but that is all that's needed for Sleepy. And the rest of the players in the vicinity, they're from Sidemen to reach on through. Raptors now getting eliminated. Blackjack getting caught in a bit of a tricky spot as well. We got MG and Phoenix now taking a rotation all the way up towards the northern edge. But here we go. Sidemen, they've got control of these compounds. All they got to do is just hold on. Already sitting on 8 eliminations, being one of the only 2 teams moving into the 6th phase with still 4 players on board.
Dangerous time for every single team. We're in the think about this, DK. We're in the 6th zone, about to get into the 7th, and we have 7 teams left. Like, think about how crazy that is. All right, the boys from Slime for Kitty now turning the sights onto Miles, aimless, as Zeus does take him down. Slime for Kitty currently sitting down with 3 kills, but looking to see if they can battle it out and get that winner chicken dinner. Chaos, like you said, still holding a full squad. We'll be left to see as the zone progresses if that will count for them. Sidemen and Chaos currently looking really strong and really good in this game as they do take down another player from BJE. And my goodness, DK, lovely stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough play indeed, right? Several players now starting to fall all over the place. Sidemen still holding on to their numbers. Chaos Kings also looking pretty great. Slime for now trying to reach on in. As we can see, it is going to be LZD just hitting it in, managing to narrowly escape the carnage, almost getting knocked on down. Oh, I mean, fortunately, they've got that reinforcement coming through from Zeus, but it is not going to be the same situation for Desert Flame as they now get taken away. And down to 5 teams we go. Several teams still looking to find a good play to make. We got the team there from Unique also held out in the blue zone, trying to heal it out alongside Blackjack. But look at this. It is going to be Zeus finding a great position on towards Chaos. Chaos now being zone blessed. And now they're going to just brace themselves for the carnage that is about to make its way over towards them. As we got the players from Sidemen and Slime Poketi looking to gain that entry into the zone. It is going to be Zeus just lasering it on in. 5 teams remain in the 5th phase, 3 teams in zone. And of course, we got 1 or 2 more teams positioned out in the blue. Slime now getting taken right on down as we drop down to only 4 remaining teams.
Man, great stuff. And just like you said, Blackjack Esports also getting eliminated right there. And it's down to the boys from Sidemen. But Chaos coming in with the storm, absolutely shocking the boys from Sidemen. But the boys from Sidemen right there are able to hold their own down. We spoke about them early on. They have got the performances. They've got the players to perform. And we can see right there that they have been able to grab themselves this winner chicken dinner, of course, with the last player, Ainsley, currently outside that zone and just putting up the heel strats and trying to get his team at least those juicy 12 points. But I'm not sure what his plan is right now if he's trying to get that winner chicken dinner. Puts up a lovely dance for us. Thanks, Hansley, for the entertainment, but you got to finish in 2nd spot.
Oh, yeah, that is very unfortunate to see. But at the end of the day, we know that, it was Sidemen just coming in so strongly, moving into those later stages, picking up an absolute blast of a match here. 15 eliminations alongside that winner chicken dinner, awarding them 30 points in total. So Sidemen really kicking off the Sanhok match on quite a bit of a note.
Yeah, you know what, DK, you were correct coming into this one. When I asked you, are we going to be having this more slow, lumbering, considered affair? And you were like, absolutely not. The time for that is over. And Sidemen demonstrating it right here on Sanhok. 15 eliminations, like you mentioned. The first 30 bomb of the semi-final stage of the PUBG Mobile here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. Incredible performance coming out of the Sidemen. But what an intriguing map overall. It didn't necessarily feel like this was the traditional Sanhok that we've become very accustomed to until it started to feel like that, where everyone's just like, wait a second. It kind of felt like they all remembered, by the way, we're playing Sanhok. We're not on Miramar. We're not on Erangel. There's 2 Erangels. We'll play that later. This is Sanhok. Play action-packed. Play with higher pace. And Sidemen seem to have been the team that took that lesson to the nth degree, as it were, and they walk away with this W here. What's very interesting, though, DK, is the fact that we go map to map. Not only do we have a different team winning things out, but we have different teams being dominant on the map. So it tells us that the level of competition that we're seeing, that we already saw in the first Erangel, is not dropping off at all going into the rest of the maps.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing the team starting to roll up their sleeves as we progress further and further through this day. And as we get further through the semis, we're going to be seeing even more of that come from the teams, right? As they realize they're starting to run out of opportunities. But now, still being early stages, it is a great opportunity for the teams to go out there, to get aggressive, and just to rake in as many points as they can possibly manage.
Absolutely, and you do need these points as soon as early as humanly possible because Actfire, you don't want to be in the situation that, for example, Slime 4KT, who yet again didn't necessarily impress in this lobby, but before this stage of the competition, they were almost in danger of finding themselves getting relegated and being in the bottom 8 of the overall standings. It's one thing to do that in a league format, but now that they were getting close to the finals weekend, you can't put yourself in that situation where you're literally stressing on the last actual day of play. Can I get enough points? Can I make this performance happen? So for these squads now, are we going to be seeing just everybody doing their utmost, clamoring for the points as early as possible to try and make sure that you avoid the stresses of last-minute finishes?
I think that that's exactly what a lot of these teams are fighting for. You can see the hunger in the body language. No one's taking this lightly. They're trying as much as possible to get those points as much as they can. But you just have to give credit to a lot of the teams who are performing quite well, like Sidemen.
Yeah, Sideman did a phenomenal job here. Let's see who's going to be getting the MVP vote here from the second map of the evening on Sanhok. The last time around, it was one of the players from the side of Solo Esports. This time, it's going to be Grim from Aatrox. Yo, honestly, DK, we should start calling this man the Grim Reaper. What he pulled off at the very beginning of this map was honestly ridiculous. He pretty much went 1v1 versus, or 1v the entire team. He's like, come at me. And they came at him. None of them came out happy. So are we going to be seeing from Aatrox the fact that they have a player like Grim? Do they need to start making sure that they just put themselves in positions to allow him to pop off early, get some early points on the board, and not have to worry as much about the placement points?
I mean, that could be a good strategy, right? Just to utilize the aggression being shown there by Grim, just kind of setting them up as a front man and doing everything in your power to support them and to ensure their survivability as far as you possibly can manage. I think that could be a potential good strategy to come through, but I don't think that's what they're really considering. But of course, an absolutely amazing performance coming through from Grim.
Yeah, Grim did everything for his squad here. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't necessarily enough to carry Aatrox all the way to the top of this leaderboard, as they were not the team that ended up at the very top. However, we can look at the teams that did find themselves grabbing the lion's share of the points from this first and opening map. Sideman at the very top, as discussed, with the study bomb. But Actfire, we're starting to see this yet again. The delta, the gap between these teams at the very top and the rest of the pack is looking pretty significant here on Sanhok. Sidemen 17 points up from Team Unique, 18 points up from Chaos Kings. Slime 4KT are being tripled up by the Sidemen right now. This is looking a little bit ridiculous. Are we going to be having a situation where Sidemen, do they have a target now, a bigger one on their backs? Because they might not have come aces in the first map of the day, but they are looking like they are just far ahead of the pack right now. What do the other squads have to do to catch up once we get into Miramar?
I think Miramar is going to be a really different ball game. Things are going to, be a bit slow. Teams are going to struggle to get into that center and take on teams who are rotating quite late into that zone. So we're going to see a different gameplay coming in from these teams. There are teams that we do know are traditionally very good, in holding Miramar, like Desert Flame, like BJE, like Slime 4KT. But we'll see if that remains, the same situation right here on this first day. We may be seeing guys like Zero Tolerance, Solo Esports, who have not really been showcasing the same performance that they had in the previous state right here today. So we'll see if they step up their performances and they bring out that gameplay. But every single team right here has got what it takes to perform.
Certainly, you would not be here if you are unable to perform on the biggest stages. That's why we have gathered all of the best teams here in the PUBG Mobile side of things in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwood Gaming Africa. DK, something that I'm noticing here on this first page of points before we go into the second one is that teams like Aatrox, Zero Tolerance Skills, to some degree Slime 4KT, but especially those two, are starting to do what we saw in the league portion of things. Not necessarily being able to place highly from the perspective of placement points, but these eliminations can make such a huge difference. I mean, we saw earlier on Grim being MVP. Look at what the difference those eliminations for his team made. If he doesn't pop off like that, suddenly Aatrox might actually be at the very bottom of the second half of things rather than top 6 overall. So going forward, are we going to be seeing more teams try to adopt that more aggressive posture? We saw it from Grim. A lot of these squads in past, with teams like Team Apex, Chaos Kings, Zero Tolerance Skills, and Solo Esports especially, have often relied on those kind of performances to make up the large bulk of their points. Why do you think they're not able to do so thus far? And do you think they'll be able to reverse that going into Miramar and Erangel Part 2 later on?
I mean, it could be somewhat surprising looking at teams just all of a sudden coming out of nowhere, really stepping up their representation and their presence out on the battlefield, right? So, but as soon as the teams have kind of gotten a good assessment as to how to best counteract that, I do expect that we're going to be seeing a much more improved performance coming in across the board. We can already see, looking at just the point situation, that at least every team was able to acquire points this match, right? If we look over back onto what we had coming through over on Erangel, we had teams in 14th to 16th position walking away with absolutely nothing. So we do see a little bit of that change starting to come on through, but the teams will need to put in a stronger effort if they're looking to get themselves in a strong finish at the end of the first day.
Yep, this first day is of utmost importance because, as everybody needs to remember, we have reset everything. We are back to square one. All your performances coming into this one do not matter whatsoever. You need to try and show up once again. And the way that the overall ranking leaderboard is looking right now, the Sidemen are enjoying this top slot, being able to get themselves a winner chicken dinner, tons of points. That 30 bomb that they dropped, it's all the points they've been able to achieve today. DK was just talking about how some squads walked away with 0 on Erangel. Sidemen got nothing there, get everything on the second map, and that's what puts them in this top slot. Of course, the teams that are coming up behind them are not that far off, but here is the situation here, Agfire. We were talking about it in the end of Erangel, how the gap between the top and the rest of the pack isn't that large normally. But when you look at the overall leaderboard, we are starting to see that some of these squads are just simply more consistent and have put more effort into the day. And the top 4 squads, the difference between them and the next 4 here on the first page is pretty big. And I think it only gets bigger as we go deeper down the table. So going into Miramar, what do you think the top 4 squads have done differently versus everybody else that the rest of the pack needs to learn from?
I think if you look at BJE, who's currently sitting down at that second spot, that tells you the entire story. Consistency is what really matters. Whether you grab that winner chicken dinner or not. But we still got 2 games to go today, so let's see how the other teams do shape up, and if they can grab those extra points to boost themselves up into that first page. But we've seen some glimpses of performances coming in, from guys like Sanhok AT, who took up Mars in boot camp, when the game started off in Sanhok. We've seen some performances coming in from Desert Flames as well. We've seen some, tiny little, performances coming in from Aatrox. So we'll see how that actually does shape up as we do proceed into the Miramar game right now. Maybe these teams will be able to showcase, what they're really capable of and put in some extra stellar performance.
Miramar GK has usually been this map where things start to become very clear in terms of which team is leading the lobby strategically. There are some squads I'm very worried about, right? We saw at the very bottom of the table, Team Apex. This is a squad that initially, the first, I think, 3 or 4 weeks, they were the ones that were very far and away on top. It was them, Chaos Kings and Mad Knights, I believe, that at the time were competing for the top 3. And they looked much cleaner than they did coming into the semifinals. We've often spoken about some of these squads that have been holding things back, trying to make sure that they can pace their performance, peak at the right time, and enter the semifinals, let alone the grand finals, in as strong a position as possible. Has maybe Team Apex shown too much in the league portion of things, and that's why they're struggling today to make an impact?
There's a possibility on that, but if you take into consideration the other teams that we have starting to step up, Apex might still be performing exactly the same. It just looks a bit different in comparison, right? But sincerely, I hope it's maybe just Apex having a bit of an off day and that they could still be bouncing back, looking to replicate the efforts that they were bringing through in the group stages. But we don't really know until we actually see something coming through from them. So if that is the case, I'm expecting a bit of a bounce back from Apex.
We are hoping for a bounce back from them because when they are on and playing really, really well, they certainly look like one of the teams to beat, not just in the Umzansi Esports League, but on the continent as a whole. They can look really, really hot. We're hoping that they're going to be able to turn it up, make this a much more competitive lobby. We do not want to see these teams only walking away with 1 or 0 points at the end of a map. Now, though, speaking of maps, we are about to enter Miramar, the all-important map which can really determine many of the fortunes of these squads. Actfire, you're up, my friend. So let us hear from you. Tell me, the MVP for this game, how many kills are they going to be getting for themselves? And tell me, the winning team, how many points are they going to earn from this map of Miramar?
Winning team 25 points in total. MVP 5 kills.
5? Yo, after we just saw 15? Are you sure, bro? You sure, bro?
I'm gonna keep him out. I'm gonna go safe. 5 kills.
Oh my gosh. Nah. DK, come on. Here, give me some excitement here. Do you agree with this? Only 5 kills for the MVP?
No, I'll put at least 7 on there, and then I'd say the winning team would walk away with at least 28 points at the end of the match.
28 points from him. Very close in there. I'm going to be even extra conservative. I have a very interesting feeling that on this map, the MVP might walk away with like 10 kills, 10, 11. But weirdly enough, I have this feeling that the team that walks away with all of the points, number one, the team that gets the winner chicken dinner, will probably only have like 20, 23 points. I have this weird feeling about how this map is going to pan out. Don't ask me. Like, doesn't have to make sense. All that needs to happen is that these teams, once we get into the game itself, have to demonstrate their caliber, demonstrate their quality. And we've already seen it being done so today. Teams that might not have done so well in the league portion of things have thrown off the shackles and have risen to the occasion, showing us that they deserve to be here in the semifinals. And more importantly, that they're going to be competing every single day, every single map to try and get themselves into the finals weekend to maybe earn that $4,000 almost in prize money that we're giving away to the winning squad. So to find out which team gets closer to being in a position to win it all, they still have to get through the gauntlet that is Miramar. And to bring you the action of what that gauntlet's going to look like is Tony Actfire as well as DK. Gentlemen, take it away for the third map of the evening, the third map of the semifinals. This is the Umzansi Esports League. We'll talk to you after the game, boys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Snare. Yes, it is indeed time for us to hop straight down into the desert. The flight path starting all the way to that southern edge of the zone. We can see the lovely Los Leones down below as the flight path makes its way up towards La Cobreria and that oasis that we see all the way in the far northern reaches of the map. But again, a very, very satisfying flight path. So the teams have really been blessed so far, at least with regards to the flight path coming in. The zones, they've been okay as well. But I'm curious to see especially what's going to happen right here on Miramar, as the teams will have a lot more of the terrain now to take into consideration when they start moving about.
Yeah, obviously, I'm curious to see how that does play out. But right there, we do see the boys from Mars Esports, not too far away from Sincerity, heading towards that, the same region right there. Hopefully, we can see some action coming down between the two teams. But obviously, Mars will be looking to avoid some early fights, as after grabbing that winner chicken dinner, they got annihilated early on from Slime for KT in that match right there in Sanhok. So let's see how this game actually does proceed. DK, who are you giving the caster cost today? Who are you giving the caster cost in this match?
Ooh, Apex. Let's go with Apex, right? They're center zone. They right there in Minas Generales. So, if not, why not? Let's jump onto Apex. And maybe they might surprise us and bring in an absolute, goated performance coming through. But I'm interested to see what's also going to be happening up in towards that northwestern side, right? Zero tolerance, Slime 4KT dropping in pretty close proximity. And that could mean a little bit of trouble for both those teams.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so I'm going to give my predictions. This is a tough one. But I'm gonna give it to Slime for KT. I'm gonna give it to them. Hopefully, it's not a caster cost. Hopefully, that prediction does come through. Let's see how they do try to perform in this game. I wanted to give it to G3, but let's go with Slime for KT for this one. I'll give it to G3 in the next one.
Well, only time will tell where it's going to be going. But for what we can see right now, we do see 3 teams pretty close in towards Los Leones. Nothing to worry about really at this point, because Los Leones is a relatively vast space. And that town position really allowing the teams quite a good amount of coverage to get themselves positioned, to move around, to get that loot sorted. But But I'm interested to see if we're going to have any teams potentially rotating up a little bit more on that eastern side, heading closer towards Al Azhar, because it's not so often that we see that really being open. But we do have a little bit of that convergence, or a little bit more of a crowded position down into the southwestern region. So I'm curious to see if we're going to have any teams looking to take a little bit of a preemptive approach and get themselves into that zone rather sooner than later.
Yeah, any team rotating towards that region can eventually rotate towards Junkyard and have themselves a good spot within that zone right there. A lot of loot, to be taken in from that region, and they will be absolutely uncontested. As you can see right here, a couple of teams already beginning to hold several different spots within that zone. We still have a couple of teams who are currently outside the zone, like Slamfork AT, Zero Tolerance, Chaos, BBC, Sincerity, and Mars, who will be looking to start to rotate in, and that may spell a lot of fights coming down. So let's see how that one actually does work out and see the violence that is definitely going to happen. BGE and Fair Esports, DK, really close to each other. Let's see how that goes.
Well, it could go either which way, right? Either we could see Sidemen and Blackjack disengage, or we could see them actually look to get a bit aggressive and start clearing out the way ahead of them. I'm also interested to see what is going to come through from the players there from Unique, right? They've dropped relatively close towards San Martin. We can see them up in towards that Hacienda del Patron region, but it does seem like they're starting to mobilize themselves and maybe getting ready to explore the region a little bit more. As we know, zone is over on the east, but a lot of the teams still focusing their efforts over on towards that western side. So this could mean that Unique is going to be heading further to the east, looking to get themselves situated past that junkyard region, or they could maybe just be moving a little bit closer to center zone itself.
Yeah, definitely. We do see, the boys from Apex currently sitting down within, that center zone right there, looking to grab themselves, a favorable position and get, themselves high up in, those late stages of the game and grab a lot of placement points. That definitely is the move that they are hoping to make. But that puts them in a very dangerous situation, as they might become target for several different teams who are looking to make the same exact, play right there. We just see the boys from Fear hopping into the vehicles and trying to make rotations of their own. They might come in the line of fire of the boys from BJE, and it might just be a very dangerous one for them. Several different teams now beginning to hop into the vehicles and trying to make their way into that zone. BBC Valak already spotted with a vehicle right there, might be looking to grab his teammates and send them, carry them into that zone. Chaos as well doing the same thing. So DK, things are about to get really feisty.
Yes, indeed it is. And I mean, I like this approach coming through from Fear, right? Really taking that plunge, showing the initiative, taking a little bit of a risky route though. I mean, rotating up alongside Blackjack and the players there from Underrated, but it could be paying off in the long run, right? As we can see, Minas Generales, that whole region could be open for the taking should they succeed in their rotation. But of course, it is going to be Blackjack and Underrated now getting distracted here by each other, as we have Six God, or Clutch rather, getting taken right on in, as it is Zane reaching up with that mini 14. And a good high ground position being utilized here by Blackjack. But I'm a little bit worried if the players there from Underrated are not too cautious. There's not a lot of teams currently holding in the vicinity, but they need to be careful because Blackjack could really capitalize on this high ground.
Yeah, definitely. Boys from Blackjack Esports, usually have a lot of experience with taking on, fights in Miramar, taking on those high grounds, utilizing, the weapons like Mini 14 and getting kills from distances and just farming out, teams right there. You do see Phoenix making those rotations, getting into different sides, and the boys from Underrated might be getting into a lot of trouble right now as they are surrounded from several different corners. You do see the boys from Blackjack Esports just getting a knock right there. But now Phoenix coming in right there, hopping on from another angle, trying to take on the boys from Underrated. And what you can see Pyros holding back right there, DK, and getting a knock. Right now, the boys from BJE are in a very sticky situation. They've been able to get back one revive, but Zayn is rushing into the fight, looking to get in and provide support for his teammates. But right now, he is the last guy in for his team, DK.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult position here for Zayn to play on, as we can see Pyro's just holding on to the opposite end there. It is going to be Clutch now to bleed on through. But Fellas also about to get res up, and this is where Zayn now needs to make the decision. Is he going to try and move over to his teammates to get them back into contention, or is he going to look to rotate elsewhere? It does seem like Zayn could be rotating across over towards Phoenix there to get that res in. Meanwhile, we do see Reverb and MG still bleeding out up ahead. So a very difficult call that has to be made by Zayn. But I mean, underrated also. They stepped up into the aggression there. It was a little bit of a bumpy ride, but unfortunately, I mean, Paraboy was not there to support their team. Had Paraboy been there, they could potentially have found those engagements on towards Blackjack, and with that, gotten that squad wipe to come in. But now, Phoenix back on their feet. Fella's now going to be moving forward, gets that confirmation, and it is now Blackjack down to the final two. Phoenix and Zayn, still a very formidable team to go up again. So if I'm underrated, I wouldn't get too comfortable just yet.
Yeah, obviously, Phoenix and Zayn, a very, very capable squad right there. Two capable players right there looking to now push on to these two players from underrated sports. Pyros has been putting in the work. He's gotten that defense of his team while they were pushing in. He was able to take down a couple of players right there from BJE. But you can see Zayn now coming into the fight right there and looking to take Pyros down. Pyroboy from a distance being able to provide that support. So BJE hands are tied on making that push right there as Pyros knows that his angles are being covered. But you can see right there, Phoenix trying as much as possible to be able to block the line of sight of Paraboy right there and take down that player from underrated esports. Lovely, 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 smart, intelligent gameplay coming in from him. But you can see Zayn now beginning to try to make an angle play right there and take out one of the players from underrated. But Pyros still retreating back, still trying as much as possible to remain, in this game. And it's all down to smart decisions and smart angles right here. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, ooh, a very risky play coming through, but Zayn picks up Pyros. Oh, it takes a bit of a beating in exchange, and now it all boils down to Phoenix to look to see if they can find that final push and maybe bring out a little bit of magic. Now, of course, is going to be focusing on Zayn to get that res in, but we can see Paraboy now looking to join up with the rest of the team. A little bit late, but, better late than never. But could this be the opportunity now for Blackjack that they've been waiting for to get that reset and now come back with a bit of a vengeance?
Yeah, we'll be curious to see how they do decide to play this one. You can see Phoenix trying to get an angle right there, but Zayn getting another knock and taking them down. But Paraboy putting the work on his own end, taking down Phoenix. And right now it's just left with Zayn. These guys have been fighting it on. The battle has been absolutely fierce. And right now it is Zayn. We do know that he has the performances to take on two players, but now he's got himself surrounded from two different angles, and Paraboy is just able to see that one through. Blackjack Esports getting eliminated in 16 spots right there by the boys from underrated, and my goodness, what a performance coming in from them. But Sidemen are just on their tail, DK.
I mean, this is still a very risky position to be situated in. And now Paraboy succumbs to the hits as the players here from Sidemen just capitalize hit after hit, but Pyros not gonna let it stop right there, right? Reaches across, finds a beautiful spray, and now Pyros is in a position where they need to find a way out of this because there's still two players from Sidemen left, and there we go, Sleepy strikes down, and it is gonna be a very unfortunate finish for underrated.
There was some underrated putting in the work in this particular game. They've done their best to grab themselves some points, but unfortunately coming in to the boys from Sidemen right there, and Sidemen, Nefmi and his boys putting in the work. Lovely gameplay coming in from them. Just something different about Sidemen, so far that I'm seeing right now about how they play, about how they position. That's a lot better than we've seen in previous seasons. And right now they might be coming on to, Sincerity and looking to take them out. Sincerity has got to be extremely careful in this one, as they got taken out by 8 trucks in the last game. They want as much as possible to be grabbing themselves some points right there, but Muffin able to evade, that nade right there. They've got a player on an angle, so that might actually be working out for them. But DK, what would be your advice for Sincerity if you saw them in this situation coming up against Sidemen?
Just play the angles, right? This was a very surprising position for Sincerity to rush into. In fact, they were trying to get away from the players from Mars, as we saw a few of those hits getting fired towards them. But now, fortunately, the ridgeline working out somewhat well for Sincerity, as we can see Muffin being in a position where they can make that escape. And William Desire now getting caught up ahead. Could be Pablo to fire it off, but instead resist the temptation to take an unnecessary hit and maybe just hit the terrain in the crossfire. But that's a great opportunity now for Sincerity to get just out of that position. Not quite sure whether or not they're going to commit to that, as we can still see them just up ahead. But that blue zone is going to force a decision, as they now need to move if they are looking to stay in this match any longer.
Just like you said, they do need to move if they're looking to stay in this match any longer. You do see the boys from Sidemen now trying as much as possible to make their way into that zone, and be curious to see how that one actually does favor and work out for them, as several different teams are already situated within those good spots. But DK moving into our fourth zone right here. Just take a look to spy at how many teams we still have in. Absolutely ridiculous, as we still have about 14 teams currently situated as we're moving into that fourth zone.
I mean, this is going to be absolutely crazy, right? I know Miramar is quite a big map, but still, 14 teams moving into that fourth phase is going to be a pretty tough position to hold and to play at. As you can see now, the players, wait, sleepy, having a bit of a sleepy buggy and a bit of a buggy as well, as it kind of has a mind of its own, doing exactly what it pleases. But what I was about to say is that the players here from Aatrox and Solo finds themselves in a bit of an altercation here already. Solo taking several hits, down to 2. They have got a knock on their side as well, but Aatrox looking absolutely amazing though. Still rocking a full squad. They've got the ridge lines. They've got the slightly elevated position to try and utilize as well. So, I mean, I'm kind of banking on Aatrox to come out of this particular altercation quite successfully.
Yeah, obviously the boys from Aatrox currently rocking a full squad right there. They've got the boys from Solo right in front of them, as Solo Esports are down to a 3-man squad. It's just left with Playboy, UG Boy, and Alternates to try as much as possible to defend this position that they're currently situated at. But Aatrox looking like a team that want that. You can see Grim already in his vehicle, waiting for them to just get that one knock so that he can continue onto that position and just push with his vehicle. But as they have not gotten that knock, he comes down to try to look for, that opportunity by himself to see if he can take one of them down. But turning on to the side right here, we just see the boys from Sincerity coming up against Fear Esports. Have they taken down a couple of them? Fear now down to 2 players. They're down to Lens and Swags to try as much as possible to hold their own in this particular one. They're down to 2 players, but they're coming up against Sincerity. That's just left with Desire.
Well, Desire being a very capable player, so I've got full faith in Desire, but unfortunately, it's going to be the numbers advantage for Fear that just overwhelms them, and that means the end of Sincerity. This is now the opportunity for Fear to quickly try and lick their wounds and get themselves back into contention. That blue zone getting ready to move up as well, but the teams are starting to run out of space. We are moving closer and closer to the end of the match, about to enter our 5th phase as the blue zone now starts to move on forward. We do see the team there from Unique also up ahead over on towards the western side, facing a little bit of a challenge as they come in alongside Fear, but Solo now trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep position. We got from Mars, Sidemen, BBC, as well as Aatrox position up ahead. So this could be the play now for Solo Esports to come back with a vengeance, because we've not really seen them pop off as they have over in the group stages.
Yeah, over in the group stages, they were absolutely phenomenal, taking away over every single team, or taking on every single team that they possibly could. But moving into the stage right now, you do see a lot of teams fired up to take on every single person within their sides. Fear Esports getting themselves 3 kills right there as they did take out, sincerity from the game coming in right there. They've got a couple of teams around their corner. And DK, just like we said, going into that fifth zone, we still got about 10 teams. There's so many teams choked up within this region. Fear has got to push in. They've got the boys from Atrox right there in the front, pretty much in the gate-given situation. But right now, let's turn our sights onto Team Unique coming up against Apex, who has not been storming like they did in the qualifying stages. Let's see how they do handle the situation coming up against Unique.
Well, it's going to be a pretty tough one already. It's going to be Phoenix, Down, Exist, and Hainsley, the final two contenders. Now Hainsley, throws a bit of a nade out as well there. You can see those explosions just popping up ahead. But Apex looking pretty well situated in this building. A good position to be defending, especially that it's taking into consideration that it's right on the very edge of the zone. And now we can see Apex just peeling out of the windows. And with that, striking on down, putting several devastating blows into the players there from Apex, or rather from Fear. So you can see them now just caught in a very compromised position. Oh, this is going to be tough though. I mean, Exist moving from the one position into the next, but this is third party of note coming in as it is spray after spray, but Apex having not yet backed down. Could be quite a bit of a troubling play to come through for Exist, but as we know, right, Blue Zone is going to be causing quite a bit of damage. Not quite sure whether Exist has the sufficient amount of meds. Well, that's not even going to be needed as Dead comes through with that hit and then closes it off for them. Atrox now looking to defend the edge of zone as they've got Apex and Fear position up ahead of them. So they could be banking on a few more eliminations here.
Yeah, definitely. Atrox looking really good in this particular game. Atrox is one of those teams who usually comes up with those kind of performances, and out of nowhere, they just grab that winner chicken dinner. Maybe this might be, one of those moments. They're one of those teams who are always sitting within, that underdog position when you take a look at the leaderboard, but maybe things might begin to turn around for them this season if they can begin to continuously grab themselves those extra points. Turning outside, onto the boys on BBC right here. They've got themselves 8 kills so far, DK, in this particular map. They're sitting still with a 3-man squad. They've lost one player now, and it's looking really good for BBC.
Yeah, I mean, I said I wanted to see BBC step up, and they are surely doing exactly that. I mean, Apex, on the other hand, right, they're sitting on 3 eliminations, but they got a little bit of an open position moving in from this western side. As we can see, Kage now reaching right across, right in towards the players there from Atrox. And that is quite a position to be playing. But Atrox not going to be allowing a lot to come through on that front. Instead, I'm quite happy to see the players here from Apex putting a lot more of their focus towards Slime. A little bit too much, though, as we can see Pronto actually getting that knock right up in towards Andrew.
Slime for KT and the boys from Apex going toe-to-toe against each other. Right now, we're in the 5th zone, and we do see the boys from Solo Esports taken out right there. Solo not having quite an easy time, as every single team is pretty much just stepping in right now. This is Zero Tolerance as well. They got only 1 kill to their name, sending out nades right there onto that position where Sonny and Valak are currently situated just behind that house right there, and it is absolutely crazy in this particular zone. DK, we got the boys from Slime for KT, we got Atrox, we got Zero Tolerance, and we got BBC, and all those teams are absolutely vying for who grabs that winner chicken dinner at the end of the day. I've given my caster cost to Slime for KT. You've given yours to BBC. Let's see if it works out for any one of these two sides.
I mean, so far it's turning into be a blessing, right? But we won't take it too far because that could change at any point in time. But Zero Tolerance now whittled down to only 2 remaining players. I mean, I'm not too stressed about Skydo. We know Skydo is a very, very capable player, but it's going to come down to what Vortex is able to do right here on the front line. A little bit too exposed on that ridge, but now they're going to feel the pressure as the players here from the Raptors are having to rotate in as well, and they've already opened this can of worms. So Zero Tolerance now need to face the dangers head on, and Vortex takes that one a little bit too far.
Yeah, Vortex absolutely making that necessary move and taking out one player right there from Raptors as they're looking to take on their spot. and he also does get knocked down along the way, but maybe that was a really necessary move to at least stop the boys from Raptors from making their push onto that location. You can also see the boys from Raptors are now looking to push into that zone. Shiva coming dangerously close to Skydo. We do know the potential that Skydo has, but he's got two players in front of him right there. He's trying as much as possible to fight it on, but it's not just enough as the boys from Raptors take on that position and send them back into the lobby. Raptors still looking quite good in this game. They've got themselves 4 players right there, 3 eliminations so far, and my goodness, it's crazy, DK. We're down to 4 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough, but as we can see, a lot of the teams still looking absolutely amazing. Raptors sitting on 4, Aatrox on 4, BBC on 3, and then Plaza, well, rather Pronto and LZD from Slime 4KT holding on towards that western position, but it is going to be Aatrox now to take the plunge and rotate in alongside BBC as Raptors start taking fire onto BBC, and this is a very unfortunate position actually, because they could get caught in a bit of a pincer play, but fortunately for BBC, they do have the elevated position. Again, they can look to capitalize on this, as we can see Dead already being knocked on down, and now all BBC needs to do is just fend them off, right? They don't necessarily need to land any devastating blows, but they just need to keep them at bay long enough so they can then start picking them off.
Man, crazy times for a lot of these teams. BBC, like you said, holding that height advantage, but Aatrox currently trying as much as possible to battle their way in. BBC might be in a precarious situation as they've got Raptors, ahead of them, and they've also got, Aatrox at an angle just behind them, and as they're getting fired from several different angles, but Valak and his teammate are trying as much as possible to hold things down. They're taking on, the boys from Raptors, but the third party as well coming in, from Aatrox, reducing them and sending them back into the lobby. So obviously the caster cost definitely affecting them right there and taking them out. Slime 4KT is still in the game, so we'll see how that one goes out. But Aatrox is still looking strong in this one. DK, who do you think is holding that potential to seal this game through? My money's still on Slime. My money's still on Slime.
Yeah. All the way. I mean, look at Pronto, look at LZD, right? They're sneaking and they're capitalizing on the fact that Raptor and Aatrox are focused on each other. I mean, Dead hasn't even looked at Pronto on the opposite end, right? I mean, obviously, well, he can't see Pronto because he's behind some containers, but now this is going to be that opportunity for Slime to just sneak their way on in. LZD is already approaching Gorilla there, as we can see. Victor, Shiva, and Zampi, they are focused wholeheartedly over on towards Aatrox. So this could be that exact opportunity for them. And now Aatrox are really coming down with the pressure down onto the Raptors.
Yeah, you can see the boys from Aatrox, who still got a full squad, coming in right there. Slime 4KT is pretty much just sneaking into their position and looking to take them out while the two teams are currently being busy. And this is the exact time for Slime 4KT to be making their move, but they're just trying as much as possible to get in, to get as much points as they can. Raptors have still got a full squad right there as they've got their heels on. It's a 4v4v2, and the only way for, Slime 4KT to resist the caster cost right now and actually take this game through is if the boys from Raptors and Aatrox sort of like deal damage on themselves and they come in and sort of like finish things through. As you can see, that already beginning to happen as the boys from Raptors are getting damaged right there by Aatrox. Getting a couple of knocks right there, and you can see Reaper putting in the work right there, taking out a couple of teams, and all of a sudden the boys from Raptors get sent back in third place right there. But Aatrox still putting in the work right there. They're down to 2 players. They've got to get that revive on. Slime 4KT, Lizard has been taken down as well. But Pronto will obviously be getting that revive and they'll be looking to make their push onto them. So it's a 2v4 in this team. Well, a 2v3 until they're able to get that revive onto that player. You can see Pronto beginning to make that move, make that push onto that location where they're currently situated. Lizard is about to throw in those nades onto that location where Aatrox players are currently situated. It's a 3v2 action right now as Dead is currently not being revived. But DK, who do you think is going to take this one?
I still say Slime could have this one in the back, but as I say that, Zodiac comes strafing around the corner, finds Pronto, and now it's all down to the final hope. Super low on health. This is going to be Aatrox to succeed as they step up and claim the winner chicken dinner with that, walking away with 11 eliminations to their name, 26 points on board. Absolutely beautiful, beautiful play coming in. 2,500 damage being dealt. I mean, Aatrox really stepping up surprisingly well in this match.
They stepped up entirely here and they come away with the winner chicken dinner. 26 points. Woo, what a wonderful tally coming in from them. But the most important thing is them finding all of these eliminations, getting the WWCD, looking super, super strong coming into this one. But the lovely thing about what's happening this evening in the PUBG Mobile side of things is that there is a different team at the top of the leaderboard every single map. And not only that, but there have been different teams in the mix at the very end, at the end of every single map. It has been some beautiful PUBG Mobile to watch. Very cool match here on Miramar. The one thing that we really have to talk about, and that we've allowed them not to be talked about today, because most of the time, Fire, when we've been talking about the squad, we've been talking about when are they finally going to show up? When are we going to see these performances? But today, third place coming in on Sanhok. Now they find themselves also in a very high podium position on Miramar. Slime 4KT. You know, we've been waiting for this the entire time. They've been sandbagging, but it does seem like they're finally starting to show us exactly why we couldn't get them out of our minds, and exactly why they're still, even though the league might not have gone well, they still remain one of the most competitive sides in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I think as much as possible, you know, we saw from BBC Slam for KT Raptors, you know, that extra bit of aggression into grabbing those points. And that's what these teams need. You know, they need to continue to perform even when they're not doing well. You know, Slam for KT was able to grab, you know, a couple of eliminations in that Sanhok game, got a couple of points to themselves. They had 10 points before coming into this match. And right now they finished in, you know, that second spot, got a couple of kills. So this is exactly what, you know, the teams at the top need. You know, continue to maintain that consistency.
Consistency indeed is something that you'll be rewarded as a squad right now here in the semifinals. Let us take a look at who's going to be our MVP coming out from Miramar. And I have a feeling it's not going to be one of the players coming out from many of the squads we've been talking about. It's going to be a new guy on the map. But DK, this is the second time that Aatrox has managed to post up an MVP vote. Grim managed to do it last time around. We were talking about whether or not Aatrox has to rely on him to play aggressively. They did play aggressively here, but they didn't need to rely on Grim because the Ripper could also step up, grabbing his team 4 eliminations, 1,000 damage. It's looking kind of when you have multiple players in the team that can pop off at any given time.
Yeah, I mean, the Ripper staying true to their name, right? Really ripping it through with the damage there, and still being able to find those eliminations as well. So a really, really phenomenal performance coming through from Aatrox. But I mean, a lot of that damage that the Ripper was able to find was near the end of the match, right? Just causing so many problems for the players there from the Raptors. So the Ripper was able to just capitalize on that, and that is why we see such a strong performance coming through from Aatrox once again.
Is that not potentially a concern, DK, about Aatrox? As we're going to be seeing, of course, how they came away with the points from this game. But aren't you a little bit concerned that we seem to be oscillating between great performance at the very top of the leaderboard here? Last game, they only got themselves onto the top 8 because of a lot of eliminations coming out of Grim. Is there not a bit of hesitation about this team, given that they don't seem to be doing well consistently? It's either we blow out the match or we don't do that well at all. How do you feel about this team in general and their prospects going forward?
For today, I'm not worried, right? It's the first day. It's expected, and they are staying true to what we're kind of expecting to see come through on the first day. Teams still trying to find their footing with regards to the level of performance coming through in towards the semis. But I have to say the teams have really been satisfactory on that regard, right? They're stepping up, they're adapting, and that's why we're constantly seeing the top of the leaderboard shifting after each match.
It's been a massive, massive shift right now from this map of Miramar. Aatrox at the very top, BBC coming in just behind them in second place. Raptor, Slime 4KT, and Team Apex will be coming up with the rest of the top 5. And then, of course, Team Unique, Fear, and Zero Tolerance Skills at the bottom of our top 8 coming off of Miramar. Of course, this is not just the only important point tally. This is all going to get collated together with everything that's happened tonight, and we'll get a grand leaderboard just after this. But the interesting thing for me here, Actfire, is that look at Sidemen, look at From Mars. These are the teams that did very, very well on the opening maps of the evening, but they're now being shifted further and further down the card. Neither of them did particularly well on Sanhok, and now it's not looking super hot after Miramar. Is this gonna keep happening where every single map is just gonna have a different order of number 1 to through 16?
I think so. I think that's what's going to keep happening because a lot of these teams, like we said, they're evenly distributed when it comes to the amount of skill that they have. So it's all down to decision making. We did see the fight coming down between BJE and the boys from Underrated. They were absolutely phenomenal in the way that they were attacking, but it was all down to one or two decisions coming in from Zayn that led to them just losing that particular fight, right? But so it's all down to very tiny margins.
Yep. These margins are extremely important here in the Umzansi Esports League, especially in the semi-finals, where you no longer have the opportunity to wait for another bite at the cherry. You need to take every chance you have right here and right now, because these chances are not going to keep coming around for you. Of course, Aatrox have been able to get away with the bulk of the points as it stands right now, sitting very pretty at the top on 38 points. Sidemen, Team Unique, and BBC, all of them occupying the 33-point marker and are tied in second place. Of course, that will leave Blackjack Esports, From Mars, Raptor, and Slime4KT to bring up the rest of the top 8. One thing that I find very interesting here, DK, is that outside of Aatrox, all the teams that we see beneath them, Sidemen, well, maybe not Team BBC to a lesser extent, but especially Sidemen and Team Unique and Blackjack Esports as well to some degree, have found themselves in situations where most of these high placing points came from a strong finish and a strong performance on one map. Aatrox certainly being rewarded for their consistency, but are these other teams going to start getting punished for this? Because we see Slime4KT, for example, who didn't do well at the beginning of the day, but they were consistent on maps 2 and 3, and they find themselves in the top 8. How much longer can these squads rely on just one map blowouts instead of just being more consistent across the board?
Not for much longer, right? So first week, that's fine, but moving past the first week, then that opportunity has kind of passed on. So then it comes down to teams consistently performing and not just having the one-hit wonders, right? But I mean, there's nothing wrong with the one-hit wonders because they get a bit of a taste and a bit of a boost to the morale as well. So we see teams coming through quite heavy on the eliminations, other teams looking quite heavy on the placement. I'd like to see a little bit more of that balance now being brought in, right? Looking to fix what has been missing. Should it be the ability to finish into those later stages, or should it be the ability to bring in the eliminations alongside the placement points?
When we look at the second page here, Actfire, most of the squads that are here, they are also not balanced, but the balance is very, very awkward. It's some high eliminations for Underrated, for Zero Tolerance, high placements for Chaos Kings. There's balance from 12th to 16th, but not the kind that you would want to have. The one team I really want to talk about, though, is Desert Flame Esports. Coming into this one, they were the other squad alongside Slime4KT. Obviously, Desert Flame Esports are the former G3 squad. They're one of these teams that we also had anticipated doing extremely well once it did come to semifinals or just the grand final playoffs in general. But that hasn't yet come to fruition. After 3 matches, they've only been able to pick up 10 points overall. A very far cry from the teams at the top of the table. This squad, we've seen Slime4KT obviously being able to level up like that. What's happening? What's going on with this Desert Flame Esports lineup? Is it the name change? Are they maybe off their game because they don't have their usual green colors?
It could be the name change. It could be the name change. It could just be that happens sometimes. When you change your name, maybe your opponents, when they take down one player, that fear factor is not really there. I've actually seen that happen sometimes. Because what usually happens is when you are pushing a team like G3 and you take down Flacco, and it's Flacco, you see that name G3, then you pause for a second, and that second you pause might just allow the next team just heal up. But when you change your name, they see they're like, who are those guys? Let's push, and then that fear factor is no longer there. But obviously they do have the ability to play. Maybe this fourth game will be their game where they begin to showcase what they're capable of, but they have the firepower in there somewhere. They just need to find it.
Yeah, they certainly do need to dig deep and pull that out. Speaking of teams that are able to dig deep, DK, we were talking about Team Apex just before we went into Miramar and whether or not their performances in the regular league portion, was that the zenith of what they could bring to the table? Were they lower on the card? You mentioned that potentially it's just that the level of everybody else had risen. Fortunately, though, even the squads that have been doing well in the normal league, like Team Apex, they demonstrated that they can also level up because their performance was certainly better than what we've seen from them for quite some time. And especially from the semifinals day, they did really, really well. How many of the other squads? Tell me, is there other teams that you have your eye on that you think might also be able to dig deep? Are you looking at a Solo, a Sincerity, and thinking that they have also what it takes to pop off and get another 30 points for themselves?
I mean, how much time do you have?
Until the game starts. So let's go, bro.
I mean, just based on what we've got currently in the lobby, the teams participating today, a vast majority of them are still holding back, right? I mean, I'm not making any decisive decisions on what we're seeing coming through on this very first day. I've seen this played out in many other tournaments, that the teams come in with this kind of approach, right? They come in, it's a bit of a bait and switch, right? Like they put a bit of a carrot in front of you and you think, oh, well, this team hasn't been performing well over the past few weeks. Let's try and push them. And that is the point where they turn around and they just sting back and they absolutely demolish you. We have seen that happen to some extent already today, but I do believe as we progress further through our remaining days of play in the semis, you're going to be seeing a lot more of that change come through. So with regards to teams, I think all these teams are hiding something, right? How much they're hiding, I don't know, but I definitely do think, and I do believe that each and every one of these teams are hiding something.
Okay, I'm hyped for that. I want to see some hidden strats coming out. And of course, that also means that the level of PUBG Mobile we'll see can only increase as we go week on week on week. Before we get into, though, the final map of the evening, Erangel Part 2, the second occasion of this one. Axfire, you're up, good sir. I'm going to ask for a very interesting prediction on this one, right? A difficult one to go for. We've been very close in terms of kills. There's been some closeness in terms of points. Tell me how much damage is going to be done by the winning player and the winning squad.
Player 1,000. Just roughly about 1,000. Winning team 4K. We'll see.
4K. Yo. 4K.
No.
Oh
No. Sorry.
It's too late. He said it. It's 4,000. There we go. Can't take it back.
I wanted to take that back. It's not possible. My calculation was off. It's totally off.
It's too late. It's too late. You brought this one out. You keep asking DK to bring in a Costa's curse, and unfortunately now it's your turn, fam. DK, how do you feel about these damage numbers? Are you also going to agree on 4K damage for the winning squad? And how much is our MVP going to be able to deliver in this game?
Well, in my few years of casting, I've only seen 4K damage being dealt maybe twice, maybe 3 times. So, I mean, it's not impossible, but is it likely? Not all that much, right? So, I'm not going to go for 4K. I'd probably say the highest amount of damage that we could see for a team collectively, I would put like 2,100, somewhere in that ballpark. But if we go for the total damage of an individual player, I would probably say about 1,400 damage.
Woo! 1,400 damage for a player, 25 for a squad, or 21 to be more accurate. I'm looking forward to seeing if that's going to take place, especially because this game on Erangel, it's the first time here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League where we'll be having the double map of the evening. The first time we have these squads taking each other on across 4 maps, and it's the first day of the semifinals. A result here could be the difference in between getting into finals weekend and simply having to sit it out and be comfortable until the next season. To find out exactly which squads will seize their destiny in their own hands, we have DK, we have Axfire, we have PUBG Mobile. Gentlemen, for the last time tonight, take it away, and I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. I mean, quite excited to see what the second showing on Erangel is going to bring. Of course, we've got our flight path coming in from the western side, heading straight across over on towards Lipovka. So again, a very centered flight path that these teams will have to work with. But now we wait to see what that zone is going to bring on through. Teams moving north, teams moving south. We can't really say that someone's moving east or west because that's exactly what the flight path is doing. But it's going to be an opportunity for teams to maybe improve on their performance that they brought through on that very first showing on Erangel.
Yeah, definitely. Just like you said, a couple of those teams right now have gotten the feel of each other. They know what to expect right here. And, it's been evenly distributed, right, when it comes to, who has been taking on those wins. And several different teams like, Slimefork AT, like, G3, they've got to perform a lot better. BJE hasn't really, been able to grab a game and get that winner chicken dinner, but they've remained consistent in this particular game so far. But turning our sides right now, we do have the boys from Fear getting themselves into a situation right there with the boys from Desert. Oh God, I'm gonna get used to this. I'm gonna get used to this. I'm gonna get used to this. Eventually,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
they're
get
on
used to this.
fire, right? They're on fire. They're lighting it up, right? That's the best way to remember it. I mean, Flacco, Flame, right? That's it. But of course, yes, it is going to be the players from Fear and Desert Flame going toe to toe. Flacco already getting snuffed, and now it is up to Buden, Six God, and Sea Mind to show us what they can bring us. We've got Swags now rushing on forward. Sea Mind so eager to greet them, as you can see them now rushing straight onto that staircase. But this could be quite a troubling play, as the rest of the team are situated much, much further away over towards the eastern side. We see them mobilized, but will this be enough as C-Mind now tries to hold up the defensive line, does find Swags in the exchange. Oh, steps up, picks up Lens. Could this be the clutch for C-Mind? Oh, it is almost in the bag. Several players down, 2 more to go. Could the Outcast could potentially be the next one. The next lady for Shade. It's going to be the hit though. Come on, C-Mind trying to bring in that preemptive fire. And just in the nick of time, the reinforcements arrive as Buden and Sigtod now just look to fortify the efforts. And Tra gets taken down quite early on again. And Fear, they make their way right over into the lobby.
Ooh, lovely, lovely defense coming in from right there from Sea Mind. The boys from Desert Flame losing one player. That's this name that keeps coming to my head. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Well, it's Desert Eagle. It keeps just coming. So every time I want to mention Desert Flame, Desert Eagle keeps coming in, and I'm just like, no, that can't be right. That can't be right. But
Yeah, it's Desert Fleagle, right? Because we got the FE in the front, so that's probably what's confusing you. I know that's not it, but let's say yes. I mean, Fellas, though, stepping up, holding their own beautiful play coming through, but unfortunately, Andrew just has to come barging through the window, getting the knock and the confirmation. Great push coming through, though, for Underrated.
yeah, the boys from Apex, haven't really had like, a great day so far. The performances have just been, you know, not really the best compared to, how they were performing in, the qualifying stages. We'll see how, they continue to progress if they can step things up a little bit on this map, or they will probably be doing it in, coming days. But taking a look at the zone right now, we do see that zone shifting towards that south sense. That western, can I say this is south? I mean, it's pretty much west central. It's somewhere in between north and south. Yeah, I'll just say west central. We still got a lot of teams outside that zone. We got Mars, we got BBC, Aatrox, BJE, Slamfuck AT, who will be looking to rotate in where several different teams are already situated.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful centered zone right there onto what's Gatka and Chopstick. So I'm hopeful that we could see a little bit of action coming through with that regard. But yes, up in towards South George, it is going to be the players from Solo and the team there from Undisputed trying to hold on. Zero Tolerance just north of that. Apex starting to move in from that western position. We did, of course, see the players there from Desert Flame being positioned smack dab center. But now I'm looking to see what's going to happen over on towards that kind of Rozok School Pachinki region. As we can see a beautiful convergence of teams coming through from that region. But I don't know whether or not we're actually going to have engagements happening on that front.
Well, we'll wait and see how that one's going to play out. We do see Ultinix just hanging by that window right there as Pirates just have his scope fully set on him, waiting for that opportunity where he shows to see if he can get a headshot and take him down and go for that confirmation right there. The boys from Underrated Esports trying as much as possible to get as much kills as they can. I do feel like DK, a lot more teams are going to be a lot more aggressive in this particular game because it's the fourth and the final game of the night. They will try to be a bit more, experimental on how they push. And I do believe the boys from Underrated Esports are just waiting for that opportunity to go absolutely aggressive onto Alternates right there.
Yeah, I mean, Underrated, they were already building a little bit of momentum coming through from what we saw just over on Miramar itself, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised to see continuation on that. But Solo, they trying to be a little bit more difficult to reach, as we can see. Even though Ultinix is isolated from the rest of the team, we can see that Yuji Boy and the players are starting to try and spread themselves out a little bit more towards the eastern side, and this could result actually now in Solo Esports potentially flanking the players there from Underrated.
Ooh, Solo Esports trying to get an angle right there onto the boys from Underrated, and Alternix right there just getting shut up from the boys from Underrated right there. Aspire Boy and his teammates have some sights on him. He's trying to get an angle. He's trying as much as possible to stay alive within this game and give his team, a maximum chance to get a lot of points right there. Trying to retreat back into his teammate NDX, but he is pretty much just currently being watched by Power Boy. We still got the boys from Apex who are not too far away, who might be looking to get in some third-party shots right there, but we'll wait and see how that one actually does play out. So, DK, I've said this every single game. We've been giving teams, the Costa cost or blessings. The last time in Miramar, we gave it to BBC and Slime 4KT. They finished in, I think, fourth place and second. So who are we gonna give this time around?
I'll bless Desert Flame. That's who I'll be blessing.
Okay.
But we'll have to wait to see whether or not that's a blessing or a curse. But for now, it is going to be a little bit of a troubling play right here for Aatrox on the side as they go up against the players from Mars. But, I mean, Zodiac and the rest of the team, it seems like the stars could maybe align for them as we see those utilities now getting sent across. They've already succeeded in finding that first initial knock, but Aimless now reaches onto our MVP from Sanhok right there on towards Grim. But this could be that opportunity now for the players from Mars to make a great, great comeback.
All right, so I was going to give Aatrox my blessing, but we'll see if that becomes a blessing or a curse as this fight begins to progress. You can see the boys from Mars already beginning to make the move. Aatrox still trying as much as possible to hold his own down, but Dead goes down as well. Right now, the boys from Aatrox are down to just two players. They're down to just Green as the boys from Mars are making their push right there. That is looking like the blessing might turn into a caster course as Aimless is looking to make those rotations. Green and I'm not sure who the Reaper and the last two left for their team. Green trying to get an angle onto the boys from Mars right there, and we'll see how this one actually does go down. With the revive going on, it might end up being a 2v4 situation. I'm curious to see how this one actually does play out. Reaper trying to cover an angle right there with the smoke. You can see Green has already retreated into that zone, and we're looking to keep Mars and make that push. Unknown is continuing on that push onto that location where Reaper currently and does take him down.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a sting come through. Mars now just utilizing that blue zone. It is only the second phase, so it's not going to be doing too much damage, but it is, however, going to be doing way much damage once those shots start to connect on up, as we can see Grim now making a hasty escape, trying to put as much distance between themselves and the advances coming through here from Mars. But they got to be careful because BBC rotating up just south of them, and that could be attracting a little bit of that unwanted attention. But it does seem like BBC is a little bit too far away to really get distracted and maybe, turn around from their current rotational path. But again, the teams are looking to get themselves situated, moving through in towards the zone. We see the players there from Raptor taking up a very centralized position. Blackjack still holding on to Pachinki, not really going to be diverging too much from that position, at least not for the time being. But all that can, of course, change once this blue zone starts closing up once again and we move through into that third phase. We do see a lot of tension now starting to happen up towards the north, right there on the side of Everest with the players from Zero Tolerance. We got Slime, we got the players from Solo, all in pretty close proximity, and this could turn into quite a bit of a bloody engagement.
Ooh, this is one of those fights a lot of people are going to definitely be anticipating for. You do see Slam 4KT coming up against Zero Tolerance, one of those teams that have been absolutely stunning throughout the season, but they got to be careful. They got Vortex, who is at a distance from them, taking on shots right there as Zeus is able to evade those shots, but Skydo, who is one of those players who has been MVP a couple of times, coming in right now, getting a knock onto one of the players for Slam 4KT. He's now looking to make that push onto that location where Plaza and the boys are currently at. But Stanford KT is still having, that advantage so far. Skyler coming in with that nade. So, but DK, how do you think is going to be walking away from this mountain? Who is going to be the champion and the king of the hill at the end of this fight?
I mean, Zero Tolerance is a very capable team, but the same can be said for Slime 4KT. As you can see, Plaza now looking to move a little bit further forward. It's going to be Skydo to come down with a jump shot, but unfortunately, the RNG just not in their favor. Vortex and Lord, the final two hopefuls, to try and potentially make a bit of a difference, but it does seem like Slime, they're not going to be waiting around. Instead, they look like they are shedding the skin as they now start moving further and further afield. Up they come, looking to apply a bit of pressure, while at the same time, the players there from Zero Tolerance are just yeeting off of the mountain, focusing to get themselves back into contention further into that zone. The Solo also in a little bit of trouble as Yuji Boy is about to be surrounded, if not already. But the rest of the face looking quite comfortable, right? Raptors, Blackjack, the Sidemen, BBC in a very, very comfortable position. Quite a bit of space between those teams. But the same cannot be said elsewhere. As you can see, Hainsley about to try and maybe breach in onto the players here from Solo.
Oh, definitely, just like you said it. The boys from Unique trying to make that push onto that location where Solo is currently situated at. You do have Ujibo and India is just trying as much as possible to hold that location down, but Hainsley is not having any of it as he pushes closer and closer into those buildings, looking to send in those nades and those mollies to try as much as possible to take them down. We'll see how it goes as the team is inching closer and closer and closer. Really bloodthirsty in this particular position. To see how they can get those knocks, and you can see Indiaz and the rest of his teammates are just trying to wait for their opportunity. But Yuji Boy goes down. It's left with Indiaz, and let's see what he does. Try to see, are we going to get a 1v4 situation where he's able to battle it out? But that would not be the case as the boys from Solo Esports go down.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful, beautiful rush coming through right there. I mean, Exists showing some really, really good plays, but now they need to keep quiet, as it is going to be Slime 4KT that could come through with a bit of a third-party play as well, just looking to capitalize on the carnage. But fortunately for Unique, right, it wasn't too much damage really being dealt here to them. So they are relatively quick to react, getting those mates right in. So I don't think they're going to be too phased by the players here from Slime, who are now getting ready to come in with a bit of an approach here. But this underground position is quite an interesting one to be playing. I mean, this came in quite a while ago, but it's great to see that the teams are really looking to capitalize each and every feature of these buildings.
Yeah, I did think it was a lovely position that, Solo Esports had, before, Team Unique took them out. But coming in right there, you do have the boys from Slam 4KT looking to be absolutely aggressive right here. And Unique, Hansley just hops into his vehicle. I'm not sure if they're rotating or they're just deciding to just move away from that particular one. We'll see what that actually does entail. It does look like they're just rotating and moving away, hopping into the vehicle, not looking to get into any more confrontations right there, as they do know they're coming up against the boys from 4KT. So they're deciding, you know what, we're just going to prioritize. We're just going to head into that zone. But they may be moving away from the frying pan into another terrible hot fire spot with the boys from BJE not too far away from them right now, but they will just leave that spot and head into these buildings that are currently unoccupied.
Yeah, but I mean, these are not just any buildings, right? This is smack dab center zone, where we saw that zone taking a bit of a swing over towards the northern side. But now Team Unique in a position where they need to get themselves established right in and around these compounds if they're looking to maintain any form of control, because we see the players there from Mars pulling up into Headshot Hills, and this is A beautiful position for both Team Unique and the players there from Mars. But the rest of the lobby are yet to rotate towards the zone. As we can see a bit of a convergence coming through over on towards this western side. Underrated Slime. A bit of an altercation. Chaos Kings just south of them, but it is not going to be stopping the players here from Slime from any of these hits. As Clutch God, not quite sure what they're doing there, but the shots definitely lining up as Plaza just sprays on in. But a quick reposition, just trying to get that vehicle back into the safety of the zone. Unfortunately for Slime, they don't have to move too far, right? They have this compound. They are just on the very edge of that zone. So they can actually afford to play in and around what is available to them.
Yeah, they got a couple of teams, who are rotating around them. Underrated Esports, as well as I do believe the boys from Chaos, who are making those rotations, and they'll be looking to see how they can get a couple of kills right there. Chaos has got, I'm not sure if they've got a full score, but it does look like they do have some numbers in their ranks, and we'll see how that one actually does play out for them. But right now, taking a look at Lizard, who's taking on shots to several different teams. You got Sincerity right there, you got Chaos in front of them, and Slime for KT shaping up like a team that's looking for those kills, looking to grab those extra points. And if this is the game that they do grab that winner with a chicken dinner as well as some kills, then maybe they might be seeing themselves move up on that leaderboard, and they know that they'll be looking for those extra performances like we did discuss before this game started.
Yeah, we've really been seeing a shift in performances coming through as the teams progress through today. And also quite a bit of a jump in comparison to the performances we saw coming through over in the group stages. But now it is going to be Unique looking to capitalize on their position over to the players from Sidemen. As we can see Pablo up ahead looking to get that res in, but the shots connect. And with that, Exist just wipes the Sidemen off of the map. Now they are looking absolutely phenomenal. 6 eliminations to their name. Several more players are surrounding them. But they're going to be challenged right here for this position, Tony. As we can see, we got Blackjack coming in from the south. We got BBC also on the approach. And then, of course, the players from Mars slowly but steadily moving in from that eastern edge. And this is a very, very tough position, especially for Unique. So here, I would ideally hope that the teams surrounding them actually get distracted with each other and start to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. And of course, Slime, they are still held up over on the western side, now looking to just clear up the edge of zone.
Yeah, Slime for KT right there, coming on, really close to the boys from Apex as they do take out, I do believe, Andrew from Apex right there, looking to get those extra kills. You can see Pronto currently has been knocked down, but he will also be getting revived by his teammates. The boys from Slime for KT will be looking to get into that zone right about now. They've still got a full squad. They've got 4 kills to their name. They've taken out Andrew, so if they do get that confirmation, it will be 5 kills, but they've got to put in a lot of work right here to get into that zone and that position where several different teams are currently situated. We do see Chaos just in front of them, and the boys from Apex as well. So I'm curious to see how they do play this one, what location they will be trying to rotate to. And
yeah, I saw those flashing lights come through, right? We got Trix rocking AMR, right? That was the second knock that Trix just got with the AMR. Now, I don't know about you, but that weapon is going to be a problem if someone doesn't deal with Trix. We've seen knock after knock now come in pretty close succession. And that is quite a bit of a range from Chaos's current position all the way over on towards that western side. So now they got to be careful. As we can see Trix sitting here patiently waiting. It's the AMR, it's the 50 cal. It doesn't require a lot of effort. You just need to find one well-placed hit. And with that, it is going to be Pronto now to get traded on up as they do bleed out. So it is one additional elimination getting awarded to Chaos Kings. With that, Underrated now face the end. Professor getting taken up just in front of us. Blackjack also in a bit of a problem here as they now try to move in from that southern position. You can see BBC looking to set up a bit of a defensive play. We got Phoenix and Zane. He had to find a good position to come on in, but MG will also then get traded on down. And this is where Blackjack are now really in a bit of a troubling play. None of the positions they tried to utilize really working out favorably for them. And this is going to be Oh, a crazy miss coming through from Trix. I mean, Gorilla just up ahead. I mean, that was so close. But the teams really need to start focusing on Chaos. They need to pay attention to the skill feed.
Man, several different teams currently situated within that zone, really close to each other. You do have the boys from Unique as well, currently rocking a full squad. They've got themselves 7 kills so far. DK, Hansley and his boys been putting in the work in this particular game. Is this the moment that Unique actually goes on to grab that winner chicken dinner? There's still a lot of teams that are currently, within this 5th zone. DK, we've still got 8 teams. My goodness, the boys from BJE still in the zone. I do believe Slime for KT is still rocking a 3-man squad. We got several different teams who are looking really strong. BBC is also in contention right here. And my goodness, what a time. What a time. Let's take a look at the action coming down between Chaos and Slime for KT, as well as the boys from Desert Flame. Yes! I did it. I did it.
Well done. Well done. And of course, now we're going to be looking to say well done to the teams as well as it is Slime, as you've mentioned, alongside Chaos. There's the flame up ahead. Raptor just off in the distance. But I'm a little bit worried about Raptor's position. Yes, they are able to reach in and across over to these teams, but they've not yet been able to secure themselves moving through in towards that zone. As we can see also the terrain a little bit uphill there. So Falak and Co could be presenting a few challenges for them. But now Chaos gets an opportunity to focus their efforts forward onto Slime. Slime, meanwhile, going to be turning their attention over towards the players from Raptors. So this could be an opportune moment now for Chaos to just push forward and come in with those third-party hits onto Slime for KT.
Plaza OP taking on shots onto that position where Raptors are currently situated. Slime for KT currently holding, an edge within that zone. Several different teams are currently, they're just circling around that zone right here, and it is absolutely amazing that we're in the 6th zone, still sitting down with 8 teams. If we predicted this before the beginning of the match, a lot of people might have told you that you would be crazy predicting that you might be going into the 7th zone, sitting down with 8 teams, but that's exactly what's happening right here, as we have got so many different teams within this lobby. But turning our sights onto the boys from BJE right here, coming up against Unique, a team that was looking really, really strong, but BJE absolutely phenomenal. Let's see how this one does proceed for this team.
Yeah, well, with that, it is going to be the players from Raptors now to get sent away. Unique now just capitalizing on the position as they reach across, picking into Blackjack, and with that, it is going to be the end for Blackjack. Now, from Mars up ahead, turns their attention onto Unique as Cage gets taken down. We got Phoenix, Exist, and Hainsley left to try and push in from this eastern edge. But it's going to be a very comfortable position for them to hold, at least for now. As you can see, they're not really being contested whatsoever. Meanwhile, over onto the western side, it's a completely different situation. Chaos not jumping at that opportunity to strike into Slime when they had the opportunity. And now it is going to be Slime Koketi looking to turn the tables as they now progress on forward. And Frieza in a world of trouble as we have Lizard now on the approach, pushing into the buildings. It is going to be Plaza out up ahead, turning their attention onto Buren, gets the trade, and with that succeeds in taking down Desert Flame.
Ooh, Plaza putting in the work right there, taking out Desert Flame. But on the other end, his teammate Lizard had gotten taken out by the last player from Chaos. And now we are down to 3 teams right here in the lobby. Unique looking really, really strong right here, as they might be getting themselves this winner chicken dinner. Hansley and the boys have got only Slime for KT and Chaos to worry about. And you'll be curious to see how this leaderboard does shape up eventually, because Slime for KT boys have gotten themselves into this top 3 again. They've got a couple of kills. They've got 13 kills right there, DK, and that's a whole load of points right there. So far they've confirmed themselves getting 23 points right here on this leaderboard. But Plaza has still got to find a way to keep his team at least getting into that 2nd spot right there. Let's see how it goes.
Well, Unique looking absolutely beautiful right here, right? They've got a dominant controlling position. They've got the numbers advantage. And all they got to do is just ride the storm out and just deal with the final two players standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. Up comes Ainsley now pushing forward onto its Plaza. Plaza already taking a little bit of damage coming through from the blue, and that is all that is needed for the blue zone to take them down. And that only means that it is going to be Frieza, the final player standing between Team Unique and an absolutely glorious winner chicken dinner. Hainsey now getting traded on down. It is now the next one up, and that is all that's required for the chicken to be locked in as Team Unique walks away absolutely victorious. And with that, they walk up with 15 eliminations to their name, 2,600 damage.
2,600 damage being dealt out, 15 eliminations, the second 30 bomb of the evening being dropped here by Team Unique as they walk away with 30 points from the tally from this fourth map of the evening, with Erangel Part 2 going in their direction. We love to see it because when we saw Team Unique on Erangel Part 1, they didn't necessarily put out their most dominant performance. I think they were like one of the first 5 teams eliminated, if I remember correctly. Y'all will correct me on that one. But at this stage, they find themselves able to rise to the occasion, able to come back in a situation where after Miramar, after Sanhok, after Erangel, a long slog of an evening, they still managed to come away with this winner chicken dinner. While we are looking at the match MVP on this one, Actfire, talk to me about something very interesting here. This team here, you have Team Unique, they found themselves also being involved with a lot of these other squads, being a little bit inconsistent here or there tonight, but the way they popped off here, 5 eliminations, a ton of points being gained as well. What do you think their team communication was like after the first 3 maps that allowed them to put forth a performance like this on the 4th map of the day?
I think they had in other games been shown glimpses of performances leading up into this particular game, but coming into this game, they obviously were trying as much as possible to get themselves into a good spot to get that win, and that's what every single team has been doing. There's a bit of luck that was playing in this particular game, but they were aggressive. They got themselves into good situations. They got the kills. They eliminated a lot of teams that were in the way, and at the end of the day, they grabbed the winner chicken dinner.
Indeed, they do walk away with this dub CD and a bunch of points to boot on this one. Something I find very interesting here, DK, as we are going to be looking at the match ranking. We know that Team Unique, of course, do walk away here with the 30 points at the top of the leaderboard. But I've been thinking about, like, what are the ramifications of having 2 Erangel maps versus, say, having 2 Miramars or 2 Sanhoks? Which kind of squads do you think benefit from this particular arrangement of having Erangel being doubled up on the evening?
Ooh, I mean, it's a very tough decision. Not a tough decision, but a tough one to make a call on. I mean, Unique really showing their prowess as they've stepped out onto the battlefield. But I gotta say also, Slime 4KT, they were really starting to improve, right? And what I like about the fact of having the 2 Erangels is the teams get that opportunity to get a bit of a reset on whatever might not have been working. They really had the great chance to step in with those 13 eliminations. So I think 4 matches, 2 Erangels, it's going to be changing up this leaderboard quite a bit.
Certainly, it will be the case. There are going to be teams like Slime 4KT who have been very consistent this evening, and the Erangel does seem to reward some of these teams, especially if you play it twice, who are able to be consistent like that. And like you're mentioning, because it's the first and last map, it sort of represents a nice mental reset, good bookends for a lot of these teams to play around. And of course, Slime 4KT and Team Unique will be taking the lion's share of points here. Chaos Kings coming in decently with 17, Desert Flame Esports as well with 14. So we finally see those 2 squads getting on the board proper because they've had a bit of a quiet evening this day around. From Mars, our Erangel Part 1 winner, able to claim themselves 5th place here this time around. BBC on 7, Team Apex on 4, and Raptor Esports on 3. But Actfire, my gosh, we are starting to get that situation again where the difference between the top teams and the lower ones is very, very stark. I mean, the 5th place team had like 8 points. The one beneath them is like 5. And here on page 2, 3 is the highest tally. What is going on here? And why does it seem to be the case that Erangel is the one map today that's having this large delta in these squads?
I think a lot of those teams that you saw finish in those high points were absolutely hungry for it, and we saw it from the beginning of the games where Unique was absolutely storming. Same thing with Slime 4KT. They were absolutely going into this game like they had to just grab those points and move up on those leaderboards, and that's exactly how they were playing. We saw the same thing from Chaos as well. At some point, I thought Chaos was going to do a lot better, but BJE just gave them a run for their money right there while they were trying to rotate into that zone. Obviously weakened the team a little bit right there, but we've seen great performances coming in from every single one of these teams. Even right here, looking onto the next page with BJE not performing quite well, but throughout today they've been doing and they've been remaining consistent. Same thing with underrated esports, zero tolerance.
Certainly, underrated esports, Blackjack and Aatrox will be feeling a bit hard done by Erangel Part 2 with their points tally. But as we do look towards what the overall tally has been for the evening, DK, we have to talk about Zero Tolerance Skills and Solo Esports. These were squads that were doing extremely well in the regular season. They were enjoying top 5 berths at that point. Very rough day at the office for them. I know we were talking earlier about how some of these teams that are doing very, very well right now, it might be flash in the pan moments. However, squads that haven't even had that flash in the pan, they just got nothing out of this evening. Like, it's a big change in mentality, right? Going from literally being on top of the world to being on the second page here. They do not feature in the top 8 from what all the games have brought to us today. What do they need to do going into the next round of games to get themselves back into a winning form?
They definitely need to find their flow again, right? Because that is possibly what maybe could have been missing today. I mean, it's difficult to say because there could be so many different factors to play at this. But, I mean, looking at the teams that have been succeeding today, what we've been seeing looking absolutely phenomenal was just the level of communication between these players, the positioning working out absolutely amazingly for them. And that is a result in the amount of eliminations we can see right on this first page, accompanied by the amount of placement points the teams were able to secure. I mean, Team Unique, they were absolutely broken. As we can see, 63 points holding on to that pole position. And that just shows to the consistency that they've been bringing in across the 4 matches here today.
Yeah, Team Unique has been the most consistent side, and they're getting themselves rewarded by that. Slime 4KT has also been making a very strong shot for themselves to not be overlooked. And despite the fact that they might have just crept in to the semifinals, they certainly are not looking like slouches whatsoever, doing very, very well this evening. BBC from Mars, Aatrox also having some decent showings here. Aatrox having to slip down these positions as a result of a very unfavorable Erangel Part 2. Of course, Chaos Kings did a little bit better, so they get themselves up there. Sidemen, Blackjack Esports start to slide down. Fire, you know what I've been noticing week on week, right? Is that for some reason, the final map of the day, whether it's map 3 or map 4, this time around it is map 4, seems to be the one that really determines exactly where these teams lie. Always is going to be a shift based on the results here. And I don't think it's a mistake that the teams we see that nice little green arrow next to are the teams that did well on Erangel Part 2, and the teams that we see sliding down are the teams that didn't.
Yeah, as the games continue to proceed, we'll see, a lot more teams be able to, come out of the shell and showcase what they're actually capable of. We saw the boys from Slime 4KT not starting quite well, but being able to, come back and continue to, get those regular decent performances. They didn't get any winner chicken dinner, but you saw that they kept fighting and pushing, and somehow they've managed to remain, second on the overall leaderboard with both kills and elimination. But overall, we can see that it has been a tough day for some teams, like Sincerity, like Fear Esports, and Solo. Solo sitting down in that 14th spot. This is a team that was absolutely storming in the qualifiers. That's to show you how competitive teams are right here in the Umzansi.
Yeah, the Umzansi Esports League gets more and more competitive with each passing day, and these semifinals are demonstrating that here in the PUBG Mobile segment, because all of these teams rising to the occasion, showing that they deserve to be here. But not only that they deserve to be here, but they are trying to win the entire damn thing. Of course, we've been talking a lot about these eliminations in tandem with the placement points. So let's take a look at who has found themselves at the very top of this elimination leaderboard. These results are carrying over from the qualifier/league portion of things. So that's why we see Skydu very far ahead. DK, 44 eliminations. You participate in a lot of international PUBG Mobile as well. Does this happen often when you see somebody getting this much out of a 7-week stretch?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, this is This is right up there, right? This is nowhere. This is not too strange or outside the realm of possibility. But I mean, looking at what we see here, this means that Skydo only got about he got quite a few eliminations, not as many today. He was already very high up on that elimination count, moving out of that group stage into the semifinals. But it's great to see, such a strong presence being brought in by the rest of the players right behind them. We've got 33 eliminations and then 27, and an absolutely insane amount of damage that have been dealt. And these are from teams that we've not yet seen play, right?
Yeah.
These are teams that have only played last week, and teams that, of course, had the opportunity. That's why we see underrated Chaos Kings and Zero Tolerance currently situated in those top 3 slots.
Yep, absolutely. I was actually about to ask you about this Mad Knights, especially 27 eliminations. We haven't even seen them in the semifinals just yet. So we certainly have the occasion that every single player, not only is there the players that are on this leaderboard cracked, all the squads are cracked, but those numbers that you're seeing before you are going to rise each single week, because there's absolutely no way that any of these players are going to let their foot off the gas. The Umzansi Esports League 5th season, the first day of the semifinals is now done, everybody. But the way it has gone, it hasn't necessarily gone exactly according to quote-unquote plan. But the one thing, Actfire, that we finally are getting, Slime4KT, showing us why that they were never a team to count out. From what we've seen, do you think they're going to be making another miracle run all the way into the last day of the finals and challenge once more for the title?
Oh, sorry about that. All right. So, like I was saying, Slam 4KT, yes, they will be coming into the Iridium. They will be getting, their performances, growing over and over and over again. Same thing with several different teams like BJE, like Desert Flame. Well, struggling with their name, by the way. We will continue to see their performances grow as the season continues to progress.
Absolutely. There's going to be still a lot of gameplay to still come here in the semifinals. DK, I'll let you have this final word here. Tell me, what was it that you saw tonight that was your favorite moment from these squads? So tell me your favorite moment and tell me which team do you want to be following their journey over the course of the next few weeks.
I'm going to be saying this absolute clutch performance coming through from Slime in this last match, right? That was so great to see them really just rising to the occasion and coming in with such a substantial performance moving in. But what I'm looking forward to seeing in the coming weeks is teams kind of switching over mentally from the performance they had coming into the group stages and now adapting that into the semi-finals, because I feel like a few of the teams we had playing today were still kind of playing in a very similar way that they were playing group stages. Now, that's not going to be sufficient in the semis. You need to adapt. You need to step it up in order to be in contention against the rest of the lobby.
Absolutely. This is the semi-final, so whatever got you here is not going to be what it takes to get you into the final stage of the competition. So you need to level up at the same pace as your opponents are. So we certainly need to see everybody in the lobby showing us their best foot forward in the next upcoming weeks. With that, though, we are going to be closing things out for this first day of the 7th week. The semifinals are only just beginning. And of course, this week, we only have 2 days of these semifinals, so you certainly cannot miss a single second of the action. We will be returning tomorrow at exactly the same time to resume proceedings here on the Umzansi Esports League. But in the meantime, please go on ahead and give some love towards Not On Gaming Africa, but also give some love towards those who have brought you tonight's action at Actfire, at DKZA_gaming. Let them know exactly how much you enjoyed the hype that they provided this first occasion of semifinals with. And of course, be back here tomorrow to continue the action, continue the hype, and continue the chase for the best team within the African region. My name is Snare. This has been the Umzansi Esports League. We will see you tomorrow. Good night, goodbye. We love you. And until then.